You're about to watch another exciting episode of The Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to The Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. I am Lord Ereban, the Keeper of Secrets, and I have brought these adventurers together and set them on an epic quest to decide the fate of the world. When they found my amulet, it gave them the key to unlock the mysteries of Ayn and allowed them to communicate with you, the Watchers of the Time Stream. Now you have the power to help or hinder them as you see fit. If this is your first episode, fear not. Our Dungeon Master will catch you up on everything you need to know to jump right in. And you can always watch past episodes by visiting our YouTube or listen to the audio version by searching for The Dungeon Run wherever you get fine podcasts. The Dungeon Run is made possible through the generous support of our patrons. Bonus shows, special content, and more is available when you become a supporter at patreon.com/thedungeonrun. And join the incredible Dungeon Run community by visiting the official, unofficial Discord at thedungeon.run/discord. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really does make a difference. But now, sit back, relax, enter the world of Ayn, and let the dice roll!
Welcome!
There we go.
Episode 110
Woo!
of The Dungeon Run. Welcome, watchers of the Time Stream. Welcome, patrons. We are so glad you're joining us here on episode 110. If this happens to be your first episode, stick around. Shortly, I will be giving a recap to catch you up, giving you everything you need to know to jump right in on this episode. We do that every week. But first, folks, we got some big announcements. Morgan Peter Brown, what's the big announcement?
The big announcement, if you haven't seen it on our socials today and on our Patreon and our Discord, is next week, next Wednesday at 6 p.m., we are starting a new show on the channel. What? That's right. The Dungeon Run presents Fortune and Fate. It is, wow, look at that. Look at that transition.
Nice.
What are we, professionals or something?
Fire, that's fire.
And gosh.
Yes, love it.
Let me just say, it's been almost a year now that we've been here on Twitch, kind of running the show on our own. And ever since we've been doing that, we've been wanting to branch out and tell new stories and have new storytellers and bring new people in and expand what the Dungeon Run is. And we've been doing that with the two shots. We've been doing it with all these, trying to do that over the last year. And this is the next step in that. And we're bringing in an amazing DM, Gabe Hicks, Gabe James Games. We are so excited. He's our new DM. It is going to be a rotating cast, so it's going to be a little tricky. It's going to have all of us, but it's going to have some other people too. Honestly, I can't believe we're pulling it off. It's literally like, oh, we can have that person too? Oh my God. Like that keeps happening. So we are so excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be on a regular schedule alongside the Heroes of Bingle, basically, but next week will be the premiere. And we're so excited for what's ahead. So next week, this time, the 23rd, look out, Fortune and Fate. Can't wait.
Tell your friends. If they looked at episode 110 and they're like, it's too many. That's too much to catch up on. This is a chance to jump in on something fresh, new characters, new stories, new DM. Awesome stuff. I think this is going to be incredible. I cannot wait to watch it myself. I hope you folks tell your friends, because I think this is a great way to introduce.
We might drag you in as a player at some point.
Yeah, you must.
Must I? All right. If I must.
You must.
Everybody,
must.
I want to say for the record, because many people have asked, why hasn't Jeff played? Why hasn't Jeff played? Jeff
He's a scaredy
Kanata
cat. He's
is a
scared-
tough
scared
get. He's
Scary.
Real
he
tough
is-
get.
He's. I'm glad you're saying it on stream now. Jeff Kanata,
Yeah.
scared of being a player.
Yeah, it's true. Intimidated by the high level of play that I watch every week, and
But
So you're saying
I
it's
can't
our
hang.
fault? We did it.
basically, yeah. As with most things, it's
Just
all
you,
your
Ron.
fault.
Just you.
Yeah, just me. Yeah,
I can do a bad job this week.
Yeah,
intimidate
That'll
Jeff
help.
less.
this week.
Oh, walked right into that one.
No, it's true. It's true. I'm not embellishing. I am truly intimidated. It is a completely different skill set, and one that I am completely in awe of every week with this incredible cast. And I can't wait to see who the guests are, because I think that information is going to get revealed very soon as the dates get closer. So stay
well,
tuned.
we're only a week away, so
Tell
I
us,
think-
Follow the
Morgan.
socials.
shortly.
Follow the socials. Get tuned into Dungeon Run, because exciting things be happening. All right.
Woo!
I also want to talk about our Patreon, which is the lifeblood of this show. We are grateful to all of our patrons. If you are not one, please consider it. Check it out. Patreon.com/thedungeonrun. Lots of cool tiers of bonus content and extra goodies that you get for supporting the show, for making sure it continues. And the fact that we are able to pay folks to come on and be part of this and be guests for extra programming is all because of our patrons. So we are grateful for that. I know there are cast secrets. I did a Amulet Keeper tier reward of the Ormian stats recently. So get in there, check out the cool stuff. And of course, the Dungeon Cooldown is our weekly bonus show that is timed exclusive for patrons only as well. Morgan and I did it this last week. It was really fun to see Morgan trying to work through all the ramifications of what happened last week.
I was gonna say it's basically an hour of my head spinning and Jeff just watching me like spin out.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. We got awesome questions from the
Wait
audience.
a
It was really
minute,
cool.
what?
Also, if you are watching live here on Twitch, you can support the show by purchasing items that contribute to our tug of war. You can also purchase advantages and disadvantages that affect dice rolls for the players, penalizing them or helping them as you see fit. But the tug of war unlocks one of our force cards that are submitted by viewers like you over on our website. And there are a variety of ways to affect that tug of war. You can buy balloons, either gold balloons for Team Force of Good or purple balloons for Team Force of Evil that pull it back and forth. But the big items are potatoes and yams. Potatoes for Team Force of Good, yams for Team Force of Evil. And I got news for you folks. I got news for you, cast. We
Casserole
already got
time.
some. We have
Is
golden
it casserole?
potatoes. Golden potatoes from City Racing Girl. I love
Whoa,
that name. That's cool.
Thank you.
New one I haven't heard before. And then 2 golden potatoes from Red Robin 1972. Thank you, Red Robin.
Thank you, Red Robin.
Whoa.
City
But-
Racing Girl, Red Robin.
But having said that, not to be outdone, we appreciate all those golden potatoes. Incredible. But the yams, my friends.
Oh boy.
The yams. There is an evil yam from Chef Scott 68. Thank you, Chef Scott 68.
Nice.
Thank you, Chef Scott.
And then Student of Grimm.
Oh boy.
In my notes here, it says, yes, this is real. Student of Grimm, not 1, not 2, not 3,
No.
not 5,
Oh,
not
God.
10,
What?
20 evil yams.
Sorry,
Dang.
what?
20
Grim.
I guess we know who won the Force War.
Unigram, do you want to DM the show this session? I think you get to now. I think that's a perk for doing
I
that.
think that's just hand it to Student of Grimm.
20 evil yams. He's just like, and
Rod needed
I'm
a break.
choose
Oh,
Div today.
20 evil
Sorry.
yams.
You're dead.
I think you broke
Yeah,
broke
you're dead.
Ron somehow.
Broke Ron.
Yeah.
That's got to be a record, right? That's got to be a Dungeon
It's
Run
up there.
Gonna
record.
get
It's
Ron
up
a
there.
paper bag.
There's been a number of, back in the studio days, there were a number of, 35
Yeah, there
awards.
were
But
wars.
boy, it is
Yeah.
certainly in the
What?
Hall of Fame, that's for sure. Student of Grimm, thank you. We appreciate all of the folks that
Mwah.
contribute to the show.
Mwah.
There needs to be a new word invented for appreciate. A bigger word.
Yeah.
I think we can probably call it a student grim.
We really
I mean, there was
student of
some
Grim,
clue.
you student of Grim.
Really
Yeah.
a student grim.
So not to surprise you, but that brings the tug of war to Team Force of Good 13%. Team Force of Evil 87%.
Oh my god,
Dang.
I'm shook. I'm shook
Also
for the rest
some
of
balloons
the show.
from Sweet Child of Ein, Angel Devilson, City
Wow.
Riding, Racing Girl, excuse me, and Jarful Bees.
Usually Team Force of Evil waits till the end of the show, so
Student of
what's
Grimm.
going to happen this time?
Calling their shot.
Yeah.
Okay, last week, however, Team Force of Good won the tug of war, which means this week a Force of Good card has been unlocked. That Force of Good card was submitted by Willmeister 420. Willmeister 420 titled this submission, I think that's enough.
Ah!
Yes.
It reads as follows. On a failed save roll, ability check, or attack, a player may use suggestion on Jeff by saying, I think that's enough. This can be used by each
Is
player once.
That's a Katie thing, right? That's what she was doing.
Yes,
in the
indeed.
Oh, yeah.
last episode.
Oh
yeah.
yeah. If you
Instant
go on TikTok, you'll see it.
2 episodes
Classic
ago, I
Katie.
think. Yeah.
Classic
Highlighted
Katie.
Just
as
so you
well
know,
on
it
our channel.
works. It works.
Yeah, it does. It does work. In order for the suggestion to be successful, the player and Jeff both roll a d20. If the player wins, the failed roll now saves or is successful. If Jeff wins, the fail sticks.
So
So
that's
it's kind of like a roll-off
Saves?
there.
it saves, attacks, and skill
Anything.
checks.
Anything.
checks,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, all 3.
Okay.
Nice.
But you only get to do it once per player.
Okay.
And it's a save, an ability check, or an attack.
Yep.
Basically, anything you do
Yeah,
with d20.
Yeah, any
Okay.
d20s.
All right. Jessica, tell me what's going on in the live chat right now.
Yeah, so we've got some big,
Popping off.
big support coming in. Right when I logged on, I saw that. Where is it? There's so much support, I can't find it. Hadrian gifted the communities 20 gift subs.
It's Hadrian X's
So-
birthday was on Monday.
It is.
I
Oh, happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday.
Hadrian.
Happy
Hadrian.
birthday,
Happy
Hadrian
birthday.
X.
Yeah, so that, I mean, for gifting community subs, that means you all now who received that gift from Hadrian X now get access to our emotes and just a greater level of support for the show. So thank you so much. Now you can, you're further integrated into our community, and we're so grateful for everybody who gifts subs. And I see that there's a lot more people in chat who are giving out subs. Fallstar gifted 5 community gift subs. Jarful of Bees gifted a community sub. Fallstar another one to I Am Robin Nicole. Witchspace gave out 5. Fallstar with a cheer. Dusky with a cheer. Witchspace. Fallstar Witchspace.
Jim with it.
Numera. Angel Devilson. VL Forever. These are all cheers. Fireness 7. That's a new username over here on cheers. Shy 4-Eye Guy. Who else? Oh, a Jarful of Bees with a huge cheer. Hadrian with another huge cheer.
cheer.
Fallstar with a huge cheer. Ant Jedi with a cheer. And Tuo Mask just cheered right now. Hi, Tuo Mask. And we see everybody who's resubscribing with your Prime account. If you didn't know, you can subscribe to our channel for free if you have Amazon Prime. So all that information is in our about panel down below. And yeah, thank you for getting us off to an amazing start.
Seeing a bunch of first-time chatters in chat too. Welcome to the show. We're so
Welcome.
happy to have you.
Indeed.
Jeff, can I say one more thing quickly too?
Yeah, you can,
Please?
of course.
Okay.
Oh, melodies of old.
Today is my wedding anniversary with my
Aw.
wife. I didn't tell you guys that. It's Crystal and mine's 9th anniversary. She is the killer of Suth and the slayer of my heart.
Oh, in that order.
Yes, indeed. The buyer of the first ever Force of Evil, my wife.
Really?
That is correct.
Oh, maybe
Yes. I love you. Thank you so much, honey, and happy anniversary. Thanks for being okay with me doing this on our anniversary.
I was gonna say,
Happy
how did you talk your way into
She's
that
behind your
one?
backdrop having a romantic steak dinner by herself
That is
right
correct.
If I recall correctly, Jared, you also did this on your anniversary and read a poem to your wife. If I
Yeah.
Or was
Yeah,
that
something like
Valentine's Day? I don't remember which one that was. And there's
They
the
all
night,
kind of blur together after
the night
a
that
while.
Jared made all of us look terribly unromantic.
And I don't know if this is because it was in honor of Morgan's anniversary or not, but Hadrian just swooped in with another 20 community gift subs for everybody.
Oh my
So
gosh,
thank you.
Adrian! Thank you, student of
Happy
Grim,
birthday.
Adrian X.
We
Wow.
also got a happy birthday, Hadrian X Potato.
Woo! Love you,
And
Heather.
what is this one? It's
Wait, are we all saying we love our loved ones? Are we doing that now? Katie, do you want to say anything?
Temruog, I believe. Temruog is a first live show viewer. Welcome, Temruog.
Welcome!
I'm sure I mispronounced it. All right. All right, if we are ready to go, if everyone has
Never ready.
proclaimed their love enough times. All right, here we go. We only have one thing left to do, and that is light the torch. It started as a simple dungeon run. 5 strangers ventured into an abandoned dragon's lair and emerged with a mystical amulet, the Secret Keeper's amulet, a magical item crafted from the eye of a chrono dragon, and the key to unraveling a mystery that has lasted for 300 years. With it, they, and they alone, are able to peer into the past, to witness moments in time that have been locked in the subconscious of minds wiped clean of their memories. Moments that reveal the lives of those who became the Wardens, the 100-foot-tall elemental guardians tasked with protecting Ain. 3 centuries ago, these Wardens were mere mortals, champions of the realms, who fought in the great war of ideas that ended the Ariad Age and threw the world into chaos. In the generations that passed since, Wardens faded into legend, with few believing they ever existed in the first place. But a group of wizards called the Natural Order still believed. In their investigation of the Wardens, they stumbled onto a plot hatched by a vicious spellcaster named Calcutta Theed, the Ashen Mage. A plot to steal the Wardens and extract the motes of power that created them. Theed and her cabal entered into a scale pact with the dragons and captured the Wardens one by one, imprisoning them in dangerous locations across Ain. To unlock the hidden memories and unravel the secrets of the Ariad Age, our heroes had to track down the Wardens, defeat members of the Cabal, and free the mighty Guardians from their confines. They went up into the sky to save the Storm Warden, down into the deepest part of the ocean to rescue the Inferno Warden, and through the heart of a volcano to find the Typhoon Warden. Each time, they learned more about the champions of the Ariad Age and the decisions that shaped their fates. The champions' sacrifice, giving up everything they knew and everyone they loved to become the Wardens, and their acts of aggression, burning libraries and erasing records of the Ariad Age. Our heroes of Bingle also learned more about the Ashen Mage and the other members of her cabal, the mad scientist and his tenuous alliance with the orcs of Ukdun, the Dragonborn prince ostracized from the Shazengao Empire for having a Triton father, and the tiefling rogue who grew up with Civ on the streets of Olsvach and was sold into service with the Ashen Mage by a nefarious crime lord. These 4 had done the impossible, captured 3 Wardens and siphoned away their power. But the Ashen Mage wanted more. She still sought the Quake Warden, tracking the one man who seemed to know where it was, Fahima's father, Conroy Tig. Conroy had spent years searching for the Quake Warden, and believed he was closer than ever to finding it. High on the precipice of Sky Scorcher Peak, Calcutta Theed confronted the heroes of Bingle and made Fahima a terrible offer. Join her cabal as its 5th member, and together they would find Conroy Tig. But this offer angered Vic, the tiefling rogue. She smashed an ornate urn, an urn that looked just like the one used in the ceremony to transform the champions of the Ariad Age into the Wardens. Shattering the urn caused a massive explosion, releasing shockwaves of energy across the entire continent. In the aftermath of that blast, demons began appearing in the countryside of Ain, bringing violence to towns and cities that struggled to defend themselves. The race was on to find the Quake Warden, but the heroes of Bingle now had a new menace to deal with. They journeyed to Turles to retrieve a powerful weapon that had been hidden for centuries in the treasure cache of the Shazan Gao. The hilt of the Godslayer blade, a sword capable of besting any foe with a single strike. The team took possession of it just as the city was overrun by a horde of demonic invaders, led by the terrifying Lord of Crows. To defeat the Lord of Crows, Civ asked you, the Watchers of the Time Stream, to charge the Godslayer blade, to imbue it with the energy needed to fell the mighty Demon Lord. But the Lord of Crows was ready. It ripped the sword from Civ's hands and turned it against the arriving Wardens, killing the Inferno Warden by plunging it deep into the Guardian's eye. With a Warden dead, the team traveled north to learn more about the origins of the Godslayer blade and the Secret Keeper's amulet. Venturing into the grave of the Chrono Dragon, they were able to witness the creation of those 2 magical items by the champions of the Ariad Age 300 years ago. After helping defeat the time-traveling creature, the heroes of Bingle watched as the champions used its carcass and an urn to forge the relics they were holding in their hands 3 centuries later. They decided to retrace Conroy Tig's footsteps and seek out the Quake Warden, hoping to get to it before the Ashen Mage. Following a map made from Conroy's own recollections, the team moved north into hostile Shazan Gao territory until they finally arrived at the mysterious region known as Orms. There, they found what appeared to be a religious sect of insectoids, an insect sect, worshipping stones and rock that seemed to move and shift of their own accord. Finding Conroy's way in, they eventually made contact with the ant-like creature at the center of the hive. Though its attempt at speaking with them was mostly inscrutable, the heroes managed to convince it to take them to what the ant creatures referred to as the God in the Stone, a being they revered buried beneath tons of solid rock. Sure enough, it was the Quake Warden, in self-imposed exile, reeling from information it had gotten from the 5th Warden, the Cyclone Warden, whose very existence had been scrubbed from the minds of anyone old enough to remember it. Persuading the Quake Warden to emerge from its repose caused the amulet to flash once again, catapulting the team into a vision of the past. Memories even the Warden itself could not remember. There, they saw the champions and the Queen of the Shazan Gao make the decision to kill the Chrono Dragon, Nonezaron, to betray the bond between the Dragonborn Empire and the dragons, the alliance upon which the entire dynasty had been established. Then, they witnessed the damnation of the Blue Elves, the moment when a godlike being calling itself Onivrius the Omnipotent cursed an entire species, preventing them from ever touching the ground. And finally, they watched from inside an ancient dwarven forge as the champions of the Ariad Age presented the dazzling prismatic moat to the Queen of the Shazan Gao, the moat that they saw split into 5 discrete elements and used to transform the champions into the Wardens. As we ended last week, the heroes of Bingle were petrified, turned into solid stone by the interaction between the amulet and the Quake Warden. And as with each time they witness a Warden vision, time passes. That is where we will pick up this week.
I forgot about the time passage until everybody else can vouch for this. I texted everybody about an hour before the show. Oh my gosh, we're going to be out for a week.
I got to tell you about this this here potato situation. Golden Potato from Elite Ninja 72.
Thank you, Elite Ninja.
And then Student of Grimm purchased some yams. Yam number 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30.
Holy.
30 evil yams from Student of Grimm.
Student of Grimm.
I think that might be a record, especially for this early in the show.
Oh my god.
Student of Grimm is
At
trying
this point-
to kill us.
I think at this point we need to wash Student of Grimm's car. I think that's
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
we should double down on our Force of Evil if it comes out at like if it's like a 300% win. I think we should get 3 Forces of Evil.
I mean,
Ron needs
you said it, not me.
How would it
I
be
think I should.
300%?
It's only out of 100%, but I understand what you're saying. If it's so
Well, like,
lopsided, I
If
get
it's
it.
Yeah.
like 20 versus 5, then
Right,
we
I
should.
don't know if, I don't know if we
Whatever
want to
the
open
multiple
that
is.
gate, you guys. I
Making
don't know if we want to do
Ron
that.
hug his pet Uggo.
My pet Uggo and my celestial bear.
Oh.
Gifts from the community.
Oh, you got
Aw,
a bear
it's Buddy.
too.
I do a celestial bear.
Oh, is that from K Prent?
No,
PR?
this one is from my Secret Santa.
Oh.
All right, are we ready to play our game?
I have one question for you.
Only one.
Who is currently winning the Force of Evil Good War? I mean,
I
excuse
think,
me. Who's
I think
winning?
you know the answer to that,
I
Ron.
think you know the answer to
I
that
do.
one, Ron.
So, can you roll our die, please, Morgan, and tell me who it is?
I'll go.
Ooh, a fun one. So, Uggos is the ancestors. So, aura of ancestral rage. 19s and 20s are considered criticals on non-family members within 10 feet of Uggo.
Oh, nice.
On non-fam. So if we. Okay.
If we attack someone within 10 feet of us,
Whoa. Or within
That-
10 feet of you.
within 10 feet of Uggo,
Whoa.
19s and 20s crit.
Wow. I like
Yep. It's a cool one.
All right. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
it. No. No. But
I mean, we're all
think so.
petrified, right? We're just like
In
freeze
more
frame.
ways than one.
You feel stiff, thick, and heavy, buried. You cannot move and you cannot see, but you are aware. All is dark, all is slow. Then you hear a breaking sound, a cracking, a crumbling. A shell made of solid stone all around you begins to collapse, disintegrate, break apart. Light pokes through, and it is blinding. But you sense movement through it. Everywhere. Around you, on top of you, bits and pieces of this earthen shell, this covering, are coming apart. But not on their own. They are being picked away, scratched at, removed. Grasping, prodding things are working at the rock and stone and dirt that enshrouds you. Clicking, pulling, gnawing. The movement of small, thin, spindly appendages, dozens of them, a cacophony of manic digging and nibbling as you are extricated from the stone formation that surrounds you. As more of the surface breaks away, you begin to see what is happening. Shiny, cloying, ant-like creatures the size of people are everywhere, climbing on and around each other, jostling for position on top of you and on top of the other stone forms in this room. 4 others in total. Your friends, your family. All of them encased in dirt and rock, sarcophaguses sealed tight, being chewed through, broken, and dismantled by an army of frenzied insects. There are so many of these things that it is difficult to pick any one apart from the other. It is a mass of squirming anthropods. As your head and parts of your body are cracked free from the shell, you feel them on your face and neck, around your legs, moving and touching, pulling and poking, retrieving all the tiny bits of dirt left behind on your skin or fur. You are emerging from this stone and earth into a writhing swarm of claws and antennae. And many of them are holding things. Bits of goo balanced in their mandibles, sap or egg-like sacs, chunks of smaller desiccated invertebrates, morsels of food carried by the tiny articulated growths on their faces. They are bringing it to you as you lie there, still confined in your shell. Delicate pincers pry open your mouth as their faces lean in close, forcing the gooey treats into your mouth.
Jeff. No, sir.
Bad. Not that bad.
Don't ruin the word treats for me.
Pretty tasty though.
Wow.
Can we swallow or chew or?
Yeah, you're being fed, and they're breaking you out of the shells that you are in. So you have more movement, but there are things on top of you, all around you, trying to feed you bits of their food.
Oh, well, okay.
No.
Thank you.
No, thank you. No.
Can we tell that it's been a week? Are we like severely dehydrated and malnutritious?
Well, it seems that they believe that you need this nourishment, and yeah, you feel slightly weak, and it definitely seems to have been, you don't feel like you're in the same position or place you were the last moment you remember.
Right. Do we remember how we got here, or is it just like we blacked out and
it's like this? It's like what happened every vision where this thing happens to your body, and then all of a sudden you see the visions, and the next thing you know, you're in this place.
Well, Fahima will accept the weird food and chew it up and start to try to shake some of the dirt off and get out.
No, I'm all right. I'm all right. Thank you. Thank you. No. Thank you. No. All right. James will try to sit up. No.
How does it taste?
It's chewy and chunky and pasty. Certainly not super
three
palatable.
Words you want together.
James, I think with your sort of demonic inclinations, maybe it's less terrible than for the others.
It's like blood pudding.
James might be a demon, but he still has a weak stomach.
The one thing you could have been a benefit.
Some things don't change.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat
none
your
of the upside. So none of these creatures is speaking or making any sound whatsoever. They just work diligently, moving around this swarm. You're sort of inside this mass of bodies.
James will remember that and awakened mind to all of the ants around him. Thank you. Yes, I'm not hungry. No, please. Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
As you do that, they sort of make way. This parting of the ant sea, if you will. They start making way around you, James, and around each of you as you're each able to move out of this sort of rocky prison that you were in, this sarcophagus-like state.
Can we see each other? Or like,
yes,
are we
see
facing?
Each other.
Okay.
Yes.
Is everyone all right?
Yeah.
Surprisingly, okay.
So as we talk, I'm sort of looking around. Are we still underground? Are we in the open air now?
Roll me a perception check. You have
Does anybody have any water?
You have advantage from Cal's creations.
Thank you, Cal's creations. Yeah, 13.
So these ants, especially as they hear you in their minds, they're giving you lots of space. They're kind of giving you social distance, right? They're maintaining their social distance. There's this buffer of almost even empty floor space between you and the ants, but these compound eyes gaze at you from every direction. Segmented bodies twist and contort in odd angles all around you. And it's clear that these are not the same priest-like ants that you battled earlier. They are not robed, and they do not seem to wield the power to manipulate earth and stone. All of their manipulation of the rock is laborious and effortful. They seem perhaps to be a lower caste of this species.
But
and
as far
the
as
room, sorry, go ahead.
As far as the location that we're in, are we?
Yeah, this is a much different space than you remember last being in. The light pours in from the edge of this room, and as you peer closer, peer that direction, you see that there is a clear edge to this room, and that what you are inside is a big open air tower that is made entirely of rock.
Is everyone all right?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Where are we?
I don't know.
If it's an open air tower, can I pull Mr. Whispers out of his pocket realm?
Yes.
And I guess he's a spirit, so he wouldn't need food and water and what have you. So I'll let him, kind of stretch his wings. And can he fly inside of the open air tower? Can he get up?
Well, so if you imagine, there's sort of like a big open space. There's a roof above you, but there's this big open space. It's like the wall has a big area that you can see out of. And so he could fly out of that.
Yeah.
And see that you are quite high up. This tower rises out of the ground far below you, and it has a wide base that swoops up with stone that narrows all the way to the point at which all of you are standing and all of the ants are congregated. You are on what could be a massive carved stalagmite that rises into the air like a skyscraper. It's huge. And Mr. Whispers can see, if he's flying around the circumference of this thing in the open air, that all along the outer walls, all the way up and around the sides of this tower, are ants. Worker drones moving up and down the exterior in incredible numbers, long lines of them, carrying things, crawling over and around each other. It's an anthill, the likes of which you've never seen, and it is alive with activity.
I tell everyone this.
Any sign of the Quake Warden?
Jeff?
Yes, I think you are high up, and Mr. Whisper, starting at this height, you can see for miles. And if you were to walk to the edge of this structure, you would be able to see quite a distance as well. You are very high up, above the place called Orms. But Mr. Whispers also notes, or you can see through his mind's eye, that the landscape no longer seems to be moving with such turbulence. And this structure that you're standing in was certainly not here when you went in. Now, as he flies above this barren, the barren plains of this area, you're in this massive swooping sort of anthill that rises up above Orms. It was not there before. But far in the distance, in your mind's eye, Civ, you can see what looks to you like a huge statue as tall as this tower that you're in. But the statue is moving. It's the Quake Warden, far out from where you are standing in this desolate expanse of rocky land to the west. Its arms are moving, its legs following, its movements precise and formal.
Wait, is he heading east or west?
Well, Civ, you're the only one that sees this, right?
Yeah.
So roll me a survival check. You have advantage from Cal's creations, countered by Grimfaded. I also want to give a Student of Grimm update. The Force of Evil Yam count from Student of Grimm alone
Student of Grimm
is now up to 35.
Whoa.
Student of Grimm.
Breaking records.
Dang.
Breaking records. Taking names.
Holy
breaking
cow.
records.
Goodness, thank you.
Student of Grimm must have won the lottery
Wow.
this week. I don't know what
Something.
happened.
Thank you. Well, thank you for
We are-
supporting us.
You got his tax return.
Yeah.
Early.
Early filers.
Even though I got a -1 on it, I got a 17 on my.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so you recognize what the Quake Warden is doing as practicing a combat technique, like martial arts, at close quarters forms. This incredible stone giant towering above the land, training. The land itself responding to its movements, rising and falling with each footfall or arm extension. The rock and stone around it continuing its own attacks.
I think he's getting ready for combat.
That's worrying.
Oh,
Well, sort of. I mean, I suppose it's an improvement as to just wanting to lay there and not anything else to happen, but who's it getting ready to fight?
I have no idea. I also feel like this is being turned into some kind of fortress.
Or something. Wait, if this... They did all this in a week?
Well,
Has it been a
there's
week?
thousands of them.
If it's
Hundreds of
any...
thousands.
It's a good point. If it's any indication, if it's any comparison to the last few times that this has happened, when we were knocked out due to a Warden vision, it was always about a week.
Oh my god, my dad.
Yeah.
Jeff, how far are we from where we left our horses? Is
You're
it within
quite
a mile?
high
I'll ask
above
that,
it.
rather.
Yeah, you're
are
quite
we
high
within a
above
mile?
it, but you can see it. You can see, down, way down there, little specks, little tiny specks. They look like ants.
Ironic.
You can see them. The spot where you hid them, in the next to a grove of kind of dying or dried trees.
Okay, so
You can see them. They're not far. They're not far, sort of latitudinally, but they are far elevationally.
I guess I should have questioned. Am I within telepathic range of Buddy?
You are
1 mile.
100 feet above Buddy, so
Okay.
I think you'd have to be more than whatever. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That means I could probably communicate with him because it's
Okay.
within a mile. So,
Oh yeah.
I'm assuming. Does he feel scared? Is there any kind of? I'm assuming I get telepathic return.
Right.
Is he alive?
He is
how's he
alive.
feeling?
There's definitely some consternation about the change in the topography since you left,
Yeah.
but it hasn't
gone.
been in any particular physical
Okay.
danger.
Okay. Horses are okay. Buddy is upset about land.
Oh.
Okay.
Well,
Jeff?
lots of people are going to be once they find out.
Yeah.
Where is it, Kitty?
I have a question. Something occurred to me while I was sleeping.
Uh-huh.
Is Miris's Blue a sky child?
I think Maris's Blue started the Sky Childs. There's a lot to unpack there, and we need. But let's figure out this situation right now. I'll just assume everyone had that exact same dream. Yes.
Yes.
Lee Fen, the Dragonborn Queen.
A lot to talk about.
Onevrius. The voice of Onevrius has been ringing in my ears for like days at this
Not
point.
what I expected.
Not at all.
No, not at all.
Jeff, if an ant tries to feed me any more food, I'm gonna grab its little tentacle
Mhm.
or whatever and look it in the eye and say, "What are you doing?"
The ants only back away and move. They seem to be unwilling to communicate in any verbal way or any way that makes noise. But they seem respectful of your wishes in the sense that they'll give you lots of space. Walking around this platform. So if you imagine this, this platform that is it's like a like a penthouse apartment, right? The top floor of a skyscraper has a big open view out into the world, but it is basically flat in here. There's rocks and detritus and stuff all around, but it's the topmost part of this big swooping pillar that comes up out of the ground, and there are ants, some of them pouring up and in, others pouring out and down the sides. It's just this mass of, if you disturbed an anthill in real life, you would see this, all this activity. That's kind of what you're in the center of this movement and this chaotic atmosphere.
If it's open air, we can leave here anytime we want. Do we think we need to check in with the Ormian Queen, or
I think we need to try to communicate with the Quake Warden.
And to make haste
Yes,
as fast as
agreed.
we can to be
Jeff,
fine.
I'm sorry, did we answer the question as to what direction the Quake Warden is?
Yeah, he's to the west of you.
To the west. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's not already heading towards there, so maybe that's an improvement.
I feel like we are in a safe place.
Yeah, I think we are too.
Might be good time to... I understand wanting to move fast and make haste, but need to understand what we're making haste to now.
It's a very good point.
I'll go think,
Say it.
is Ashen Mage Miras's blue?
I
don't know if we know.
Think she could take own moat. If she is Sky Child, cursed, become Ashen Mage.
perhaps it's a hard,
Child is key.
But we
a
don't know.
hard cup of ale to swallow.
We don't know.
That's true.
If
I
it
mean, this is
her-
the thing. Every time you've cast Detect Warden, Fahima, only 4 wardens have ever appeared. Yes, at most.
Is that right, Jeff?
That's right.
Well,
Which and
perhaps.
now
well,
only
she wouldn't
3.
she wouldn't be a warden anymore, would she? If she was
Yeah.
part of it that supports Uggos.
If Cornelia or whomever who created the spell didn't know that the Cyclone Warden existed, maybe that they wouldn't have been able to attune the spell to her. Maybe. I don't know how that spell works.
My question that I came away with was, the Queen said to Mirasis, it could not have been easy for you to strike him down, even in that state. Could not have been easy. So what? He was her lover, her brother?
Could mean so many things.
Then make
Even-
sense. If you are right, if this is correct, Fahima, then when he became God and jealous and angry, he cursed the one person he loved because he betrayed them.
But in the vision, she was still herself.
She was,
Yes.
but
She created a cyclone to save the...
But what we saw was the damning of the blue elves to become the drow. Jeff, I have a question.
Yes.
That scene where that happened, where we
Yes.
encountered Onivrius and saw the blue elves sucked down,
Yes.
did I or anyone recognize where that was?
No.
And nothing in James's studies or anything he would have known about, recognized the landscape. Obviously, he would have never read about the battle, but
No, I think that you were in a desolated city that didn't look. I mean, it's hard to recognize a city that's destroyed, but you would have had a hard time placing that. And there was, the sky was turbulent and crazy with this godlike being in the sky. So you wouldn't have picked out any clues from the horizon line either.
And do we think that, based on this vision, Onivrius... How do the old ones fit into all of this?
I don't know. I haven't even started to wrap my head around that. But Onivrius, if Onivrius truly was killed, presumably by the Godslayer blade
Mm-hmm. And Mirasis.
and Mirasis,
Self.
then his curse on the elves remains. Because we saw what happened to Diptheed now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
He is still God.
I don't know. I don't know if Mirasis is Calcutta. It could be. Absolutely could be. I'm not ruling it out.
Why
I'm
would
just-
she want the world to remember what happened if it was Mirasis.
She remembered. And she was very upset when she remembered.
I'm
tried to
questioning
make
if
me
she...
forget my child.
Maybe.
Yes, and perhaps she never forgot.
Yes.
But he, and I'll point towards the Quake Warden, Mirasis told him
Yes.
things.
Yes.
Spoke of atrocities, spoke of all that we'd done.
Mm-hmm.
Which we now know what that was. Do you realize that battle that we fought as wardens, that battle was the dragons coming back to avenge the death of Nonezaron. We were on the wrong side. Not that there was a right side, maybe, but that those armies had every reason to come after us.
I remember when I was Mirasis, I healed a dragon in that fight.
I remember that too.
That was a Fahima decision, but in hindsight,
I'd forgotten.
No, I'm not mad about it.
I'm gonna get up and start looking for a way out, Jeff.
So as you walk around the circumference of this room, it's clear to you that there's no way inside the structure itself. The only way that seems to be used by the ants, it's a flat surface, a platform basically that you're on that's high above. Just a flat. It's kind of like I hate to lift from this source, but if you remember Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, you know the towers that Gandalf and Saruman are on, those towers that are just kind of flat and barren but rocky. That's kind of a visual reference here. It's not quite as gloomy as all that, but every creature, all the ant creatures are coming in and out by going up the sides and down the sides.
Is it that steep? Would we be able to traverse going down the side of it?
I mean, you would. It might be difficult for, it would be a precarious climb, and it's very high. It's like a 10-story building.
Do I see any creatures besides these ants, or do I see any of the Ormorians or whatever they are?
Ormians? No, this structure was not there when you arrived, but seems to have been built or grown or formed up out of the sort of front area of where all the mountains and all that rock that was moving and shifting. But that has calmed. It doesn't seem to be doing that anymore, but it is sort of right in that same area. But now this high pedestal that you have all been placed on, and it seems almost cared for.
I'm just curious. I realize I'm probably focused more on the ants and the warden, and obviously our pack animals and the celestial bear. Is there anything else we can see from this vantage point since we're so high up?
You can see quite a ways. You can see, that you are in this area of the map that is fairly desolate, but you could probably, see maybe the Pash Mountains off to the southeast of where you are. You could maybe even see some of the Monarch River flowing out of those mountains and up. And you could point out where Li Zhao is. I don't think you could see the city from here. Right. It's quite a ways, but
I don't see anything that appears to be a threat.
No.
So he's training some kind of martial art or fighting technique, but there's no visible threat right now.
That's correct.
He's out of practice.
He's doing it to keep mind at ease.
Maybe that as well. I think
like a Tai Chi kind of situation.
I think that's accurate, actually. I think that's kind of what it appears like.
Like an old man in a park.
Deliberate movement.
So he doesn't seem angry at all. He's just doing this as like a calming thing.
I don't think. I think that'd probably be a fair assessment. Although you're pretty far away to judge facial expression or anything like that. Right. I think, but it certainly doesn't seem to be a person that is. It does seem to be a person that is doing forms that are routine or specific. It is more Tai Chi or a kind of practiced combat technique that, that has forms, it's Taekwondo, it's whatever you want to call it,
Well, perhaps we can ask the Quake Warden what his game plan is at this point.
I would like to speak with him.
Yeah, he seemed to know where Osira or where Mirasis was, if they've spoken. Here's the thing, I mean, we now know, I think we know, anyway, why they gave Osira up to the Aarakocra. Because we know that if the Blue Elves touch the ground, what happens to them? Here's another question. I know I'm just asking a bunch of questions, but they're in my mind right now, so I'm sorry.
Never apologize for that.
Thank you. Here's my biggest question for the Shazengao Queen. Do they know that the Drow are still alive? Every time Li Fen in the visions spoke about the Blue Elves, they spoke about them as if they were extinct.
Well, they kind of are.
But they're not. They're just cursed.
I'm saying they're not who they used to be anymore.
I know, but
when you destroy someone's culture and everything they stood for, that's almost as bad as killing them off.
I agree, but if Li Fen had known this entire time, for 300 years, that they are still alive down there, and not just dead, not just buried, and did nothing, that tells me all I need to know about her.
The Shazengao protect the Shazengao.
I know.
I haven't seen anything otherwise.
Well, but, I mean, at least for the others, they could have an excuse that they don't know. They genuinely don't know. Because all of the rest of them forgot, but... I mean, maybe Li Fen doesn't know either, but something tells me she might.
Even if she knows she's not in power anymore, she's locked away.
I don't think that's a fair assumption, actually. Just because she's locked away doesn't mean she's not in power.
I think she might have some power, but it seemed to me, based off of your brief conversation with her, that she was no longer ruling.
It's possible. She's certainly not the face of it.
But that does mean she might have information that would be very valuable that she could give us, considering she doesn't have a people that she needs to rule over right now.
I start to wonder if there was just a way to break Onivrius's curse. Does this all stop?
Onivrius seemed borderline godlike to me.
Yeah?
Ugo says, Nazqual det, and spits on the ground.
Said that
Prince
before.
of Ice. God of Night and Death.
I'm not saying it's not possible, James. I'm just saying breaking a god's curse is pretty high up.
What if Fahima's not the key to what we thought before, but what if she's the key to Meep?
Are you speaking about yourself in the third person?
Did I say that?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Sorry, I'm distracted by Meep. I lost my train of thought.
Is Meep chewing on one of the ants?
In fairness, Meep always talks about itself in the third person.
Meep cannot believe Meep's ears.
Meep likes it.
Meep is into this.
I think technically that's a fourth person because they're talking in the third person and only their name. It's the Pokemon.
Griselda said, I believe it was Griselda said, you are the key. What if she's the key to undoing this curse?
Who?
I'm sorry. I'm
Me,
confused.
sorry.
Are you all right?
The she in the prophecy, who is me?
Jeff, insight check. And I'm not kidding.
Am I drunk?
This is officially
you have
suspicious.
advantage from Idaho Judd, countered by Grimfaded.
Thank you, Idaho.
Wait, what are you rolling insight on?
Dirty 20.
On you, weirdo.
Are you really you, Fahima? The
Fahima
whole
talks
thing
in
was
third person
unraveled
one
with
time.
pronouns.
You feeling all
Yeah, I thought we
right
were
there,
undoing with the pronouns these days. I can use any pronouns I want.
Okay, no, it's fine. I just
Yeah,
It's not so much the pronouns, it's the talking about yourself in third person, I think, was the one that got us.
look, I was just
Realize
buried
he's been
underground
doing
for
that
a week.
long time.
yeah, no, I know.
I don't know which way's up, which way's down, and who's inside and who's out.
All right.
We're all
But anyway.
outside, just to clear that up.
Right. Well, you're kind of
So-
outside and
But we're
inside.
sort of inside as well. Yeah.
Well, there's no roof, so that's what I count inside.
Right.
So what if she's the key to undoing the curse? What if I'm
Just
the
said
key?
she again.
What if I'm the
sorry.
key? What if Fahima, myself, me?
As she's talking, I'm just gonna slowly sit Fahima down, kind of a little bit.
We've been through a lot, and it's okay. It's okay.
The key to what?
Undoing the curse.
That would be amazing.
I mean, when I saw myself create this tornado, this cyclone in the name of who she is, it just made me think of that prophecy, and I don't know, perhaps had something to do with the cyclone that she created that fateful day. And it's not
Child.
just Cyclone Warden.
Yeah, she
The wish of a
created-
child is the solution to the destruction of a people.
I don't know how, but I
It
do
is
know that my
poetic.
dad, I know how to speak Elvish. I know how to speak a dead language.
Yeah, how did that happen? You never told us.
Is that
Well,
the one
like-
where you sing a lot?
No, that's
Celestial.
Celestial.
Oh, that's bear language?
Yes, I
We
do know
heard
how,
you
how to speak
speak
bear language.
to Diptheed
Yes,
in Elvish.
yes.
Why do you know Elvish, Fahima?
Just because my dad spoke it at home. It's sort of like, I don't know. We just learned it alongside my studies. I just thought it was.
And when you asked your father how long ago he'd been in Pash, spending time with the Aarakocra, he said it was a lifetime. Right?
Exactly. He didn't specify beyond that.
So your father,
Well, he said, didn't Jeff? To clarify, didn't he say he spent a lifetime with the Aarakocra? It wasn't a lifetime ago, right?
Correct. You said, how long did you spend there? And he said, a lifetime.
Yeah. Okay. So we don't know specifically. We don't know specifically when.
so your father could presumably be 300 years old. Don't laugh.
Stranger things have happened, I suppose, but Jeff, we've confirmed that he appears to be human.
Yes, correct.
Couldn't he have just learned Elvish from a book?
Those books don't exist. Not anymore.
Why not? There's lots of things that exist now that supposedly didn't. I have a
I
hilt in my
guess it-
bag that didn't exist and now does.
Good point.
Generally, in this world, have we found many books besides the very special ones that exist before 300 years ago?
No, nothing.
Yeah. So
There's been
What
one.
about the
up until
Onevrius
moment-
books?
right,
up
other
until
than
up until you
the
went
forges.
to the forge. Yeah, there was only the one that was in the.
And your father tends to dungeoneer a bit. So maybe
That's
he fell
true.
upon books.
But how would he? I mean, I spoke fluently with her. I don't know that you could do that just from reading an ancient book you found in a pile of rock somewhere.
You were born from a wish. I mean, isn't it possible that you were gifted that as part of the wish?
Gifted the Elvish?
Yes.
Well, my dad taught it to me.
Did he?
What do you mean?
You have innate powers. Powers that no one else I've ever seen or even heard of
Well, I learned.
inside you.
I learned it all.
Did you?
Other than
Are you sure your
The-
father didn't just implant it in you? Even your memories. How do you know?
Fahima, can you pull out that? Do you still have that drawing we found in your father's study?
of the insects
No, of you
of me.
when you
of
were a
course.
child.
She pulls it out of her journal.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is a silly question. How far do your memories go back?
Oh, as far as anyone else, I suppose. Flashes of memory from ages around 2 to 3 years old and gets a bit clearer as we go on.
You realize no one inside that town other than the baker and your father really know who you are or anything about you.
Yes, of course I realize that.
Don't you think that's a bit odd, considering how old you are?
He was protecting me.
So you never went outside?
I went outside all the time.
Outside of the invisible walls? The invisible protection, so that someone could actually see you? The farmer?
I'm sorry. What are you two hinting at?
I'm just saying we're creating more questions off of the information that we're being given as opposed to just moving forward. And at this point, I think the smartest thing to do is to go deal with that. And I point over at the warden.
I think you're right.
He might even know where your father is.
Yes, and we should make haste so we can find him as quickly as possible, because if he was screaming in pain a week ago.
At least, actually.
And I would love to send a sending to him again, James, but I'm quite frankly, I'm terrified of that. Of what that will do.
I understand.
So, should we find a way to get down off this tower?
Well, we could fly. I could make.
You don't need to do that. We can jump. I'll go make us slow.
What? Oh.
We can jump. I'll go make us slow.
Oh. Okay.
Do we've never seen you cast Featherfall before, right?
Yep, once before.
We have? Okay.
He did it once in a fight.
Okay.
All right.
We'll have to time it like we did when we fell out of the sky tower.
That didn't
That's
work
not
out
that
well
far
for
down.
me, just FYI.
It wasn't as full. It wasn't as far. That was like
I can see the
miles.
ground from here.
Yeah, this isn't as bad. Okay.
Although I'm not very good at judging distance.
Lily is visibly nervous.
I know. One of Lily's worst days.
I had it prepared, so it's a backup
best,
plan.
Maybe it's best we find a more gentle way down.
Or maybe it's best you trust Uggo.
I think we should go with Ugo's plan.
Okay. I'll look at one of the ants if they're still around and awaken mine to one of it. Tell your queen we're very grateful. Thank you for the food and for the protection. We're leaving now.
There seems to be some sort of physical acknowledgement of that message, and one of the ants offers one last thing in its mandibles. It looks
No,
like
I couldn't.
desiccated head.
I'm very full. I'm very full. Thank you very much. Very
desiccated
kind.
head.
Very kind. Thank you. No.
Jeff, looking down, how far is it? Survival check, maybe?
No, it's yeah. I mean, I think you could be able to judge. It's
Okay.
about 100 feet.
All right.
Yeah. Jump. Ready?
Did you cast before we jump?
Nope, we have to be falling.
Fine.
We can hold hands and be fun.
Okay.
Sure, why
She holds
not?
Ugo's hand. I'm ready.
Oh, I'm ready.
Meep.
Let's do
Stay
it.
right by me.
Let's do it.
I've got you, Lily. Here, hold my other hand.
Okay.
You can
James,
climb down if you don't trust Uggo.
I have
No.
wings now, apparently, so it's all right.
I trust you.
Jeff, I'm going to break out the belt and I'm going to try to use it to essentially sled down the side of the thing because I do not want to jump. It's
Okay.
just not my style.
All right.
Ready?
Three are jumping. One is sliding. And James, what are you doing? You're jumping as well?
I'm jumping with, yes.
Okay. So the four of you walk to the edge and look out over the side, and you see all of this massive ants all up and down the side moving. So some of their heads look up and see you peering out over them. And on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, and you 4 leap out into
Advanced
open air.
Candle Queen. Float like flame. Down to ground. Yeah, we're down in 2 turns.
All right. So 12 seconds later, you leap out and you feel this sense of falling. There's a bit of your stomach going into your throat for a second, and then you're gliding slowly, lighter than air, just drifting ever so gently to the ground. As you do, you see Civ coming down the side of the mountain, ants moving out of the way in great numbers trying to avoid him as the rocks break up and bust, and he's on
dirt surfing down the tower.
Yep, more or less.
Just roll me a quick dexterity check for you, Civ, please. You have advantage from Angel Devilson, countered by Grim Faded.
Good.
Behemoth has cast non-detection this morning.
Okay.
Straight dex,
Yes.
20.
All
30.
right. So again, you guys are floating gently to the ground. This speeding Civ goes down, knocking rocks, knocking ants out of the way, and you slide down. It's this slope, so it kind of makes sense that you would even skid to a stop all the way at the bottom.
Can I use the inertia to keep sledding out away from the hill towards the warden?
Sure. Yeah.
Almost like a slingshot off the
Yeah. So you're going down quite a speed, just balanced on the edge of a stone slab that's now hit the dirt. And you go up pretty far.
James holds up an 8.
And as the rest of you land, the noise from what you're doing, Civ, you see the warden turn and look back at you and acknowledge that you have left the tower. It kind of turns its whole body and takes big footfalls. This enormous stone dragonborn. It actually looks a lot like the statue that you saw at the city of Zhang, the statue
Right.
of Zhang Laolong. Now it looks like that thing has become animated and is moving.
Wow.
This enormous stone dragonborn. The only other time you've seen it now was inside, underground, just in cracks and peaks, and you saw its head break out, and then you were transported into the vision. So seeing it for the first time at its full height, its full impressiveness, it is quite a sight, this massive warden. As with every time you've seen a warden, it is awe-inspiring. And the heft, the strength, the power that exudes, even more than the others who, as you know, had their moats extracted. This is a warden at its full power, moving, striding towards you.
Well, we are on the ground. You can open your eyes now.
Are you sure?
Yep. I see your feet touching the ground. I told you would be fine.
Okay, I'll give you a big hug.
Oh, I know that's probably
Thank
very
you.
traumatic for you, considering you almost fell to your death once. But
It's just last time I did that, I almost died, so.
But last time we did not have the Candle Queen on our side.
It's true, and also it was a lot farther.
Ugo, that was fantastic.
Well done.
I learned it from you.
It was brilliant. It was perfectly executed.
Thank you. I been practicing.
Yeah, well, the timing was just right. We jumped off the edge, and right as we sort of hit our wind, our before we hit terminal velocity, you just swept right in with the magic, and it was just like it felt like a feather floating down.
Too bad it wasn't Stone Sled a spell. 'Cause that was pretty cool too, though.
Hey, Jeff.
It was good.
Jeff,
Next time I'll keep my eyes open.
Yeah.
Since a week has gone by, how are James's wings looking?
Even more, fully formed. That your evolution or transformation continues.
Here's you kind of started turning into a weird-looking butterfly.
It's a nice way of looking at it. I'll take that. Thank you.
I'm trying anything I can.
I appreciate it.
Strangers.
Ah,
The voice reverberates across the plains, the rock itself, as it gets closer. You wake.
yes.
Good morning.
Nice to see you again too, stranger.
You look like you're preparing for something.
I have been too long in repose.
My body is weak.
Be so hard on yourself.
You have said Inferno is dead.
Yes.
I do not take my responsibilities lightly. What of the other wardens? Typhoon and Storm.
Memory serves, the last we saw them, Fahima, I believe they were heading north?
Yes. Slaying
Brother.
demons.
They could not defend Inferno.
It was over in a flash.
It was an extraordinary situation.
I don't think anything can stand up against the Godslayer blade.
Have you heard of the Lord of Crows?
The Lord of Crows.
Yeah.
A demon lord.
Yes.
From the gaping maw of the abyss.
Yeah, I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but he was definitely responsible.
I dealt with his kind once before. Shifting, closing earth in the east. But it seems it was not enough.
The Far Realm. The Void?
Yes. A hole in reality that existed. I shifted an entire town away from it.
Right.
Hmm.
Listen, we saw some of your memories.
What?
The amulet. The Secret Keeper's amulet.
Lily will hold it up.
The thing that you helped create. You probably don't remember.
No.
It's okay.
This voice, of course, is just thunderous, ringing out, this massive giant, this towering creature as you are all on the ground now. A tower about the same size behind you, a towering stone giant, the warden ahead of you. You feel small, its feet enormous in your view. You look up at this creature as its voice booms out.
I remember so little.
But you told us that Mirasis told you of things. When?
It is what she called herself. Cyclone. I did not know the name. She explained that we were once others. Different. With lives and loves.
You weren't that different from us.
How long ago was this?
When Mirasis told you, how long?
I do not know how long it has been. I buried myself away.
Why?
Cyclone spoke of pain, loss, our connection to each other, our lives before, that we chose to unbecome what we were. I thought that if I could do that once, perhaps I could do it again.
You want to forget?
Cyclone. Had so much pain in her. Felt so deeply the loss. She wanted to forget.
Where is she? Where is Cyclone?
She made a deal. Sought relief.
Made a deal with what?
Something dark. Something that offered her a chance to forget. I tried to bury it, but she went further.
Yet her own daughter?
The pain was too great. She was not what she once was. She had lost everything and remembered it.
Something dark. Something like the demons?
I am not sure, but I suspect so. She knew from when we dealt with the Maw, with the hole into the Far Realm. She knew what was possible. I think she found solace in it. In an abyss. In oblivion. In nothingness.
How do you know this?
I cannot be certain. But she confided in me. She tried to convince all of us, but some would not listen. I did. I contemplated what I gave up, what he gave up, this person I was not. I understood her pain, her anger, her desire to relinquish the power and find some remedy in nothingness.
Do you know why it was hard for her to kill Onivrius? You don't remember?
I do not know.
She didn't mention it, and she tried to convince you.
She did not. She spoke of a child.
Osira.
And she wanted to forget her.
The pain of loss was too great.
Do you know what became of Osira? We saw her taken into the sky, but we haven't been able to find her.
Cyclone spent so much energy, so much time searching. She created towers, beacons in the sky, lifted from the earth and resting on clouds, imbued with the power of the air.
Lodestars.
Yes. She tried to find her daughter, but could not.
The Kokra were hiding her?
She remembered telling them, no matter what, no matter what.
Dad.
What if this could be undone?
How?
Your powers can be stripped from you.
We don't really know that.
We do. We know someone who's done it.
Then strip it from me. Do it.
You want to give it all up?
I have been sitting in a pit for countless years.
Your friends, Storm and Typhoon, are weak, and they need your help. I'm sorry.
That is why I have trained. Duty above all for the Wardens.
Did you know you would make this great of a sacrifice when you accepted this mission?
I have no memory of the sacrifice. All I know is the duty. And I have saved this world countless times until it was all meaningless. So I slept. I hid. I buried myself where no one would find me. And I gave what I could to these insects.
What about the
Because-
Keeper of Secrets? Wouldn't he have all of your memories?
Do you know
Have you
who
tried to find him?
Do you know the Keeper of Secrets? You knew him in your past life.
I'm not aware.
An illithid, purple. Tentacles on his face. You'd never forget him if you met him.
We had a vision where there were brains with feet crawling all over you. That's what took all of your memories, wiped your brain and your mind clean.
Intellect devourers.
Yes.
Yes.
I know them. Cyclone said they were set loose on everyone.
You said that Li Fen has much to answer for, the Queen.
She was all we had after we became Wardens.
Does she remember everything that came before, do you think?
It is possible.
She might know where the Keeper of Secrets is.
If anyone does.
We need to get to her, and she's inside of the city. And I point towards the Shazengao capital.
Then why are we talking?
And he
That's exactly
kneels
what I was
down.
thinking.
There's this incredible sound of stone grinding against stone, crunching. He kneels down and he puts an arm out on the ground, hand flat on the barren earth.
I climb up on it.
You hop up on his hand.
I'm going to
and you
start
walk.
climbing up his arm onto his shoulder.
I guess so, yeah. Okay.
Okay, we're going back up high.
Are we leaving the horses here? You seem to have forgotten about them.
Cut them free.
Yeah.
Uggo goes to.
Unless the
The horses
ants
and
want
Buddy.
them.
Surely
Not
they're
feeding
domesticated.
horses to ants.
I'm not feeding them. I mean to ride them.
Did you see what they were putting in our mouths? They're gonna feed them to something.
I know. I saw. I
Old and
tasted it.
Saul.
Never forget that.
So Uggo runs over to the horses. Uggo, you see Buddy, your celestial bear, and the horses in your cart, and you start removing their bridles, and they seem to have worked through a large amount of the food that you left there, but they've been dutifully and obediently waiting for you.
Buddy, have to go. And I don't think you can come with us. Thank you. And he hugs the celestial bear. I will call again upon you. But for now, you deserve a rest. And as an action, Uggo dismisses the celestial bear.
It leans into you, its fur pressing against your skin, and it seems to fade into mist.
James has got a 1,000-yard stare as he's climbing up the arm.
Lily, Fahima, what are you doing?
I'll reluctantly climb on also. Having just gotten down safely, I'm not thrilled about it, but
All right, you climb up at this dragonborn statue, this massive stone giant. Climb up on its arm, up onto its shoulder. Clear view of its incredible stony six-pack.
I just want to be transparent with you, Quake. I have a thing with heights lately. It's not you if I'm acting tentative, okay?
I understand.
Thank you.
Bahima gleefully jumps onto the warden and kind of uses Meep to pull her up and assist her as she's climbing to kind of test Meep's strength at this point. How much can she carry?
She gives you a good hearty tug. She doesn't look like she could lift you off the ground exactly, but pretty close.
Getting there.
Getting there.
Yeah, getting there.
Is there anything to tie off on his shoulder? Is there like a
Yeah, I
scale
mean, there's
or a-
rocky crags and all kinds of stuff. You could certainly lasso a rope.
Yeah, I'll tie off my rope and do a couple knots in the rope and tie that off on another end so that people can hold on to the rope so they're not just like literally clinging to him.
Would it be rude to put in a couple pitons on his shoulders? Don't mind us. Clink, 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 clink.
Acupuncture.
Yeah.
I highly doubt he would feel that.
Probably
Yeah.
not.
All right, as all of you climb, Uggo, you're on as well.
Obviously, once I'm done with Buddy, I run over that way.
All right, so
look
all
up
of
at the
you-
big giant man and go,
You
"You better
know,
not drop people I love."
Hold on.
And you know he's kneeling down, his hand on the ground. All of you get to the shoulder, and then it stands up to its full height. You are towering high above the ground, perched on the shoulder, holding onto the rope that Civ has tied off onto these crags. I mean, it looks like this dragonborn scales all in full relief on the body. So lots of bits hanging off, places to hold on to, but all of it solid stone. And then it starts to move. You feel each footfall it vibrate on the ground. All of you hanging on as it walks, and then it turns to you and says,
Hold on.
and it starts to jog.
Getting his cardio in for the day.
Yeah, and then it's moving faster. And you see it trampling stumps of trees, destroying entire sections of loose dirt and gravel. This big plane is moving. and you're just riding on this thing.
Man, what I wouldn't give to talk him into going to Olswatch.
Just ride this.
I'd like to take him right into the middle of town and just start squishing the oligarchs.
James is thinking as we're running at this speed, basically like, all right, Olms to Li Zhao, 100-foot tall being, probably about like 10-foot. Like, how fast at this rate are we gonna get there?
I mean, you're going quite fast. It'll probably still take the better part of a day, maybe more.
All right. Okay.
But and it's not exactly a relaxing ride. I mean, it's incredible. It's exhilarating. The wind going through your hair, or in your case, your leathery demon skin, your wings, flapping in the wind.
I moisturize.
We see you try every morning.
I'm James Quillis, and if you've got demon skin like me, there's only one product I use.
The blood of innocence. I mean, lotion.
Oh man. The
Do we pass
Secret Keeper's
by-
ointment.
It's
Clearly
real
blood,
thing.
James.
Oh,
It's clearly
you know,
blood.
You know Lord Araban has his own brand of lotion. You
Oh, yeah.
know he does.
I just
keeps
talked
a
about it a
spritz.
lot in the
Yeah.
in the
He
mission.
just needs
Moisturizer.
spritzing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we passing by any other civilization? Like,
No, as you noted,
Oh.
this direction out west
House.
past the Monarch River is fairly desolate, as you noticed on the way in. But you can see, the base of the Pash Mountains. The view up here is incredible. It's like traveling on a skyscraper through town. It's like a low flying plane. Your point of view. So it's quite exhilarating. The speed, it's not exactly relaxing, but you are moving at quite a clip. Although there's plenty of time for you to talk or do anything that you would like to do.
Should I warn the queen that we're coming?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I shrug.
We should talk about what you intend to do when we arrive.
I think what you intend to do is probably more pressing.
yes, I think that might sway what we do.
I will listen to you.
That's
You seem to know more about this situation than I.
We'd like an audience with the Queen, and she's been not locked away, but
in hiding.
Protected?
yes.
But I think
Grounded.
having you with us was possibly. I think having you with us will probably sway them pretty quickly.
When we talked to her last, she said we had to bring something marvelous, which I feel like you fall in the category of.
Yeah.
Lily,
What?
Civ is right there.
I think you're all
I know he's
marvelous.
got rock hard abs.
You ain't shabby yourself, sister.
No.
Okay, I
great.
think I've been misunderstood.
No.
Canon.
I've been misunderstood. I'm
that
just
happened.
meaning
I'm
we
kidding.
found the Quake Warden,
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean,
which is
if
marvelous.
Well,
not-
it's he's
No
certainly
offense to your abs, sir.
1/5 of marvelous according to that vision when she held out that moat.
I think if this doesn't count as marvelous, I think they're setting their sights awfully high.
If this doesn't count as marvelous, I'll sing her the hug song.
Ultimately, I think if we had to, he could prove how marvelous he is by knocking down a wall or two.
Right.
Say the word, and I will raise the city to the ground.
No, I don't. I don't
No,
think that'll
no,
be
okay.
necessary.
We
No.
do
Let's not
that. We won't do
indiscriminately
that.
kill people. Let's not do
No.
It's not our style.
Definitely not. No, I think we'll want
that.
to
Might
at
have been
least
at one point.
speak with Li Fen and find out what can be done,
And if she knows where Lord Arban is.
and if she knows a lot of things, and if she's willing to share.
Yes.
If she is not, we will make her share.
Okay.
With our words.
It could come to that. It might. Yeah.
We have ways of making her talk without resorting to violence.
And honestly, sir, I know you don't know him well, but that means a lot coming from Civ.
It does.
That was not a threat. To
That's
be
real
clear,
growth.
I don't think that was an actual threat.
Yeah.
Real growth. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I mean, this situation is you're all standing on this shoulder, holding ropes. This creature turning and speaking to you as it runs across this countryside at incredible speed. The sound of stone crunching into the ground. It's the sense of mass and power and weight and heft are incredible.
James's handwriting is probably terrible, but he will pull out his Book of Shadows and use Farstep to cast Sending to Fesh. Basically saying, "You won't believe this." Writing to you from the back of a Quake Warden, headed to find Shazengao Queen in Li Zhao, period. Are you all right? Any developments? We have discovered much. We'll check in soon.
The words that you write.
Yeah, my handwriting is probably
Yeah. It's all jagged and
doing my best.
Yeah. They disappear on the page, and in their place appears a response. Incredible exclamation point. Developments on this end seem nothing compared to yours. What will you ask the queen? Will they let you in to see her? ?
They better, or Quake might get angry, period. We'll ask about Secret Keeper, as well as Onevrius and possibly removing the curse of the drow, period. Mirasis Blue may deal with the old ones, possibly. That's it.
Again, that disappears and reappears. Again, shocked, exclamation point. Trying to parse all of this information, brief though it may be. There's a pause as the text hangs there on the page. Any sign of the warden's captors?
None. They may have taken Conroy. Tig. Can't seem to find him. Anything from Onevrius's books? Your studies?
Again, the response appears on the page. An incredible volume of discoveries here. Things that boggle the mind. Inferences and observations. So much to unpack.
Be careful. We've seen what Onevrius became, and it was omnipotent and terrible. We'll check in soon.
Keep me updated.
Do any of you have any way of figuring out where the queen is inside of the city? Precisely.
Besides just asking her? No.
Jeff?
Yeah.
When the queen, when we've seen her in the visions,
Yes.
is there anything that Ugo can remember that she seems to be wearing or in her person that is through each dream?
I mean, she was wearing variations on the same type of clothing, this sort of swooping,
but no, like
silken
specific jewelry or.
I mean, she wore the circlet, or no, she didn't wear the circlet. No, that was Miris's. She's not been wearing anything. I think she wore the crown in the first vision, but that was sort of a formal occasion. She wasn't wearing it in the meeting that you saw.
Right, but she had it.
She did have it. She was, yeah.
Would
she had
that count for locate object?
What are the rules of locate
Within
object? You just have to know of it?
Just have seen it within 30 feet.
Oh, you must have been within 30 feet of it. Yes. And then it's like within 1,000 feet or something.
Yeah, it's 1,000 after that. Yeah, within 1,000 yards, you can detect it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that would be a perfectly viable subject to cast this spell on. I don't know if you're within 1,000 feet of the.
Oh, not now.
Giant.
No, I
Yeah.
just want to make sure that that would count.
Yeah.
In terms of your ruling. Ugo says to Civ, I could try to find crown. I could locate the crown.
That's good. That's a start. That's better than nothing.
If it is on her head, then we will find her.
Or if she's in the same building as the crown.
Yes.
Jeff, what do we know? What does Civ know? But also, what do we know about the Shazengao and the capital? I mean, is there any information that gets out to Latlanites?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's lots of rumor and innuendo about the sort of backstabbing, the drama of the Shazengao dynasty.
Are they overly reactionary? Like, if they see a warden coming, are they gonna?
Well, it's hard to know what anybody would do
Attack.
if they saw a warden coming, right? That's kind of an extraordinary event.
Well,
but,
I mean, we had wardens
Fairy
in
tale
Turles.
coming out of the mountains.
Turles didn't seem to be too aggressive towards them. So,
well, it was under attack by demons when they were fighting
busy.
the demons off. Yeah. It's hard. I think it would be hard to know how they would react. I think, generally speaking, the wardens are a bit like Santa Claus. Like no one thinks they're real, but if you did see it, you wouldn't necessarily be like, let's kill it.
Right.
It's
shock.
Yeah,
and
it's
awe.
more shock and oh my god, that's real. What that's
Right.
amazing.
I
Do
gotta
they
rethink some
speak?
stuff.
Yeah.
Do they speak Common or Draconic, or what languages?
They certainly speak both of those.
Okay.
I think that's fairly widely known. They have had lots of interactions with the other realms in the past, but have gotten increasingly isolated and hostile toward outsiders in the last several decades.
Do they ever leave and go into Latland? Do we see Dragonborn? Like when we're traveling around, do we ever see it?
Increasingly rarely, right? That is a thing that happens less and less. It is more they keep to themselves. They stay in Shazengao territory, which is large and expansive and has lots of room to roam around. And Li Zhao is a massive capital city. It was the hub of the empire, right? When it was an empire.
Right.
So
is there something that they prize overall, like honor or reputation or wealth, or like what's their, like in Olsvach, money is everything.
Yeah,
power and money.
I think they prize power and control, and there's probably a bit of honor there. I mean, they are a storied, they are an empire that has faded, right? They were once the
Romans
central spot of the world, right? They were the superpower, and I think there is this desire to sort of recapture that, and hence some of that hostility toward other realms. Everybody in Ayn, all the sort of localities that you visited are fairly self-sustained, and there's not a sort of overarching control structure, but that's what Shazengao used to be, right? That's what the empire was. So there's perhaps some residual resentment about their lack of standing in that regard.
Sure.
So I think ultimately there is not a lot of trust either direction, right? There's if Dragonborn from Shazengao, which not a super rare occurrence, would walk into Olsvach when you were a kid. I think you would have seen them come and go, trade, do things, especially because Olsvach is in the north, Shazengao territory is in the north. It's just an east-west kind of thing. You would have encountered Dragonborn, not super regularly, but it wasn't a like, oh my god, what is that thing?
Right. Not like elves.
Yeah, but they were always they always appeared to be much more finely decorated. You know, they sort of projected a wealth and power purposefully. You know, very much wanting to project a
Image.
an image. Yes, a sense of superiority.
Siv's going to lean into James. I have an idea. I don't know if the Quake Warden is going to want to play along or not, but if we let them think that they're going to reclaim the power of the Warden, they might give us what we want. We don't need to promise them anything. I'm saying this loud enough so that everybody can hear, just not the Quake Warden.
Okay.
When you say reclaim the power, do you mean literally? Do you mean like actually take the moat back? Or do you mean like actually the Warden will do what they say?
We don't need to give them any specifics.
Okay.
I'm saying as a bargaining chip, if they're willing to negotiate, we could, in theory, say that there's a opportunity here with the Quake Warden being on the bargaining table, so to speak.
Being on our side and willing to listen to us at least.
Correct.
Don't think when we show up with this thing, with this person, that they're gonna be like, no, we don't want to talk to you.
I think they'll be willing to talk to us, or at least let us talk to the Queen, if that's going to allow them access to Zhang Laolong here.
Or if we just need to, I mean, yeah, we could go that way, or we could go with just possibly threatening. I don't know. Maybe I should.
I don't want to threaten. That's my point. I think it
Okay.
would make more sense, and it's going to go further if we can use this as leverage.
I see what you mean.
And if
Right.
there's a way for us to, again, let them think that they're going to reclaim the power they once had.
Okay.
There's an opportunity there, is what I'm trying to say.
I see your point.
They reclaim the power because supposedly the Warden fights on their side.
Correct. Whatever they want to think.
Or at
I
their
don't
their
really
behest.
care. We don't even have to go through with any kind of arrangement. We just want access to the Queen first.
It's a good chip in our corner. I'm not the gambler. You are. I'm sorry, but I don't know if I said that metaphor right. You know. Okay.
And what is the opposition as of now that you're perceiving to the Dragonborn?
We're not Dragonborn. We're not Shazen Gao. We want to speak to their Queen alone.
So we are the opposition.
I don't think they're going to let us
Might
do
be.
anything of the sort without extreme leverage.
Right, I'm just trying to clarify. We potentially offer the Quake Warden to fight on their side against what?
We don't have to offer specifics. We say that we have the Quake Warden's ear.
It's just the suggestion of power.
Correct.
Good.
Do you want
Understood.
to reclaim the power you once had? Let us speak to the Queen. Alone.
Yeah.
And we first just say the Queen asked to see us.
Yeah. That's
Sure. If that's enough.
I mean, just before we start offering anything or trying anything.
Well, this is definitely after we see what their initial reaction is.
Right.
Well, look, we have the King of Thorn and the Quake Warden. It might be silly, but I don't anticipate we'll have that much trouble.
we'll see.
My only interactions with the Shazen Gao, other than when I saw them as a child, were monks that were trying to kill us.
Oh yeah.
That'll leave a bad taste in
Bloodthirsty
your mouth.
assassins.
The nameless few. That was fun.
No offense, but I think we're walking into a city of bloodthirsty assassins.
And on that note, we will take a brief intermission, and we will come back on the other side and see what happens as the team on the back of a mighty Quake Warden
Sick.
arrives at Li Zhao,
It's
the
like
capital
Wings of a
city of the
Dove.
Shazen Gao.
I was going to say, isn't that like a folk song or something? On the
the
back
wings
of
of a
a
dove?
mighty Quake
On the
Warden?
back of a mighty Quake Warden.
Quit giving him country songs to sing.
Oh my gosh, the
I
Quake
lost my
Warden.
dog because the warden was too fast. Yeah, okay,
The Quake Warden at karaoke.
You mean you lost your celestial
yeah.
bear?
Yeah, I had to
Say
dismiss my
goodbye
celestial
to my
bear.
horses and my celestial bear.
Don't remember if I had a wife.
I really don't remember nothing.
Sleep for a week. Surrounded by some ants. Sorry. Okay.
Guys, we're losing viewers, guys.
We
We're
can keep
losing
going. We
viewers.
can keep going.
We got some
my
balloons in
gosh.
that last section from Squid
Woo!
Bob Tentacle Pants,
Thank you, Squid
Seatar, and not Seatar. Very important
Whoa.
distinction. Some Seatar
Yeah,
and some
super
not
important.
Seatar.
Super
All right.
By the way, that song we were singing, composed with both Seatar and not Seatar. Anyway, we'll be back right
Wait,
after
what
this.
is the score at? I mean, I bet I can
Oh yes,
guess.
it's you're getting obliterated. as far as-
97-3.
It's 87 to 13.
Oh.
87% Team Force of Evil, which is also 97% Student of Grimm.
Dude, man.
Student of Grimm, rocking and rolling. Thank you.
This episode brought to you by
Extraordinary,
Student of Grimm.
extraordinary display of generosity. Not,
references needed.
not to take anything away from folks that
references.
also contributed potatoes, and
All of
we
it's
appreciate
amazing.
all of it. So thank you all. All right, we'll be back shortly. Stick around. See you soon.
Thanks.
Mwah.
And we're back. Thank you for hanging out with us over intermission. We appreciate it. All right, we are back into our story, and you are still on the back of the mighty Quake Warden, a stone giant in the form of a dragonborn that is lumbering across the plains. It takes you a full day of travel in this incredible style of him running, this tireless jaunt across the barren landscape that is west of the Monarch River. Is there anything else you would like to do on this journey?
What should I say to the Dragonborn Queen if I'm going to let her know we're coming?
That we brought something marvelous.
Yes, and ask her exactly where she is inside of the city, if she can be specific. If she's inside of the palace, where inside of the palace?
Well, do we need that information? Because we could just ask her to have us escorted straight to her.
It's unclear how much power she has. I think Civ is right. Because if she certainly made it seem like her family might get
She's
in the
not
way.
ruling anymore. She passed on her power to someone else, a relative or something.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know that she wouldn't have any power.
I mean, we don't know. It's unclear. So I think I see what Civ is
why
saying.
would she be locked away or whatever she is, squirreled away in a room? If she had all the power, she could go where she pleases.
Well, just because you have power doesn't mean you want to exercise it.
And if she's the only member of the family or of the dynasty that is immortal, can live a long time, maybe they're trying to keep that secret as well.
Maybe we should just ask her where she is and how we get to her.
Yes. All right. I will once again think of the face of Li Fen, who we've seen fairly recently again. And
Just before I forget, I want to attune to the belt, Jeff. I do want to do that.
Okay.
Sorry, Morgan. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. And I will cast Sending to the Shazangao Queen.
Okay. 25 words.
On our way with the marvelous companion, the Quake Warden. Where are you? Specifically, how can we get to you? Much to discuss. That's about it.
And the message seeps out of you as you're riding along on the back of this thing. You see the effervescence, those particles of that message going back behind you as you are moving at quite a speed. And you wait a moment, and you hear in your ears, in your mind, in your subconscious or your conscious mind, I had no doubt. I shall send an envoy. I'd say you could call him by name, but he hasn't one. See you soon.
She's sending an envoy, an unnamed envoy. But she sounds, once again, very pleased that we're coming. Sounds like she has confidence in us.
Well, that's good.
It sounds like she almost expected us to get him, pointing to the Quake Warden.
Well, she does have very high expectations for the people that are under her.
Apparently.
Let's remember who used to work for her as I head nod towards the Quake Warden.
He's behind me, isn't he?
He's just looking over at us
all around.
Right here.
What you doing?
I like that he's just pretending he can't hear all the quiet talking we're doing. We're like right next to his ear. Like I've heard everything.
Yeah.
We've turned into Cornelius. Or,
Yes,
It's all relative, you know. It's all relative.
Tiny.
Right.
That's actually a good point. We've never tried to help the wardens remember. We've never tried to break the curse. Because we've never had this much interaction with the warden before. Is there anything that you want to try? And I'm looking at James because you're the one with all the mind powers. Can you put something in his head? Can you show him who he was? Can you tell him his name? Can you try to unlock whatever what are they called? I hate them in Baldur's Gate. What are they called?
The intellect of ours.
Intellect of ours, yes.
Yes. I mean,
can you undo what the intellect of ours did?
I
can
and
try.
Ugo realizes he's talking out loud, and he kind of lowers his voice again, so everyone else can hear him. But hopefully, the big guy there cannot. I just want to put this out there. We still don't know that who they used to be were like good guys.
Well, Ugo,
Yeah.
I mean, I think we know for certain now that they may have started out as good guys, but possibly what they were being forced to do or asked to do in the name of saving Ein by who we're headed to see right now. He himself already called it atrocities.
Yeah.
That sort of.
He is not that. If that makes sense.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm thinking of the faces that I saw as they killed Nonezeron.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, if he all of a sudden remembers and goes, "Oh my God, what did you do? Put me back!" What are we gonna do?
What do you mean, put me back? Sorry.
He's going to remember everything.
Yeah.
And remember why they became wardens.
Right.
You're
then
a
all of a
truth
sudden-
seeker, aren't you?
Yes.
So you want him to not remember the truth?
I did not say what I wanted. What I said was what we should consider of our choices.
No, I hear you. I do.
I
And
don't
you-
agree. I don't agree at all.
I don't
he has
think
every
he's-
right to remember exactly who he was and what he did.
I don't think
did not
Ugo's
want
saying
that.
that we shouldn't. I don't think Ugo's saying that we shouldn't do that. I think Ugo is saying that he's concerned about the effects that it might have on him if that all comes rushing back immediately.
Correct.
I think that's a good point. And I mean, but personally,
He should know the truth. He deserves it, of course.
Yes.
but I also don't know that I'll be able to.
But I guess what I'm saying is, what if the truth is he learns all of that and went, "I did that on purpose, and now we've ruined it."
Did what on purpose?
Became a warden.
Yeah, but I mean,
But
we
he
saw.
chose to become a warden.
But we saw.
That's what I mean.
We saw them weeping as they made the amulet, as they made the Godslayer blade. I think
Yes.
they.
You also
And yet
saw
they
them,
still made this. They still became wardens despite that.
and we did see them get warned that everything would go away. at the
Correct.
ceremony. It was very clear.
I am just saying, Ugo, has been in state of mind where everything was topsy-turvy and I wanted things to change. And when they did,
I know. But
So you're telling me if you gave up all of your ancestral power, gave up your soul as an orc, that you wouldn't want to remember that? That's what you're telling me right now?
you are not listening to me, Civ.
I am listening
not
to you, and
saying-
I wholeheartedly disagree with what you're saying.
I am not even saying there's a thing I want. How could you be disagreeing with me? I have not stated a position.
You don't want to tell him who he is.
I did not say that. In fact, I stated after you said you were confused about that, the complete opposite. I said he deserves to know the truth. I then asked, what if, which is a question, not a position. What if, when we do that, restore what he wants now as warden, and when we do that, he becomes Li Zhao again. And Li Zhao says, "Why did you do that? I made a choice and gave up everything to become that thing."
He's borderline suicidal. You realize this.
We do understand he does not want to exist. Yes.
I do see, Ugo, what you're saying could be a risk. But we've
We
been in
need to
the...
think about it.
I know, but I think also we've been inside their skin, as you said. I think there's part of me that has to trust that they, even in those moments, saw what they were doing and felt the regret and felt that they would only be doing this in the name of saving people.
Guess I should be more clear. If someone asked Ugo right now if he wanted his ancestral powers back, what do you think my answer would be?
I don't know.
Not at the
Not
expense.
at all.
Not
Don't
at the
you
expense
don't
of-
you think you want the choice?
I had the choice. I chose in the moment. I had the
He
choice
has
then.
the choice right
Gentlemen,
now.
we're getting away. No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
Does
We
not.
don't know that we can do that right now.
Right.
But also, we're getting away from the point. I do think you're right, Civ. That if we can restore the memories, of course we do. Ugo, I do think there is a danger that he immediately regrets it and possibly acts in a way we could never expect.
Yes.
I don't think that's reason enough to not do it, and it's possibly something we
yes.
could prepare for.
Agreed.
That's all.
That is all Ugo is asking.
I hear you.
What makes you all, she turns towards the boys, what makes you all think that we're responsible for this? Responsible for restoring memories, responsible for making a choice for anyone?
There's part of me that thinks that's the answer.
Making choice. He has asked now.
Thinking, helping people remember, as painful as it might be, could be the answer to all of this.
I think it's a valid discussion, but I just think that perhaps we're letting the cart get ahead of the horse on this one.
It's
We need more
very
information, so
probable.
it's a little bit
I agree with you,
useless to argue about it right now.
There's a lot to unpack.
I don't know how.
Civ gets up and walks to the other shoulder.
Walking along the.
I think we can.
What?
If the choice comes that of restoring everyone's memories, yes, I think we have to do it.
Yes.
Okay.
But what I'm
I
saying, I'm saying trust. We have to have a certain amount of trust, Ugo, that we can reason with.
Questioning is not trust. It is the trust. Asking the question and thinking through is the trust.
No, I hear that.
By everyone,
That
are we
is what I am
talking-
doing.
Are we saying the wardens, or are we saying everyone?
I think it's, as far as we know, it is all the same, yes? Maybe not.
I doubt you can do it piecemeal. Maybe you can.
Well,
Restore one person's memories, restore one warden's memories. I don't know.
again, so if it's a matter of restoring the memory to the entire world or not, if that's the greater discussion, then yes, I think we do need more information.
Sorry, something's been eating away at me.
Yeah.
Quake!
Yes.
Do you know we found obelisks around Ain with the symbol of the abyss on them and the symbol of dragons. Do you know of them?
Yes.
What do they do?
They block the entry of unwanted visitors.
From the far realm, from the void.
Yes.
Oops.
James, you need to send a message to someone at Thorn, like right now.
I mean, I don't think we destroyed it, but I hear you.
No.
Yes.
LOL.
You definitely did not destroy it.
Yeah, it was unclear, but
But we did destroy one.
You should know what it is.
That's not even clear that we did that under the lighthouse
No, you
either.
collapsed the lighthouse.
We
on top.
destroyed the lighthouse, but we never.
Okay.
Yeah, it was unclear.
Good.
So our lack of being
James has
effective
anger
saved us in
issues.
this?
He saw something with its symbol on it and he got mad and blew it up. I'm sorry, guys.
And people are getting on Uggo asking what our consequences of choices are.
All right, as the sun begins to set on this journey, you start to see. Go ahead. Sure.
We heard tell of a woman years ago, centuries ago, maybe. Frisia Paul. Was she connected to Mirasis?
Mirasis.
You said Mirasis made a deal.
Cyclone.
Yes, Cyclone. We heard stories of a woman who made a similar deal, named Frisia Paul, and who became corrupted. We were told you, the Wardens, battled her and battled others.
Yes. Stopped invaders from the abyss many times.
Frisia Paul. Well, Frisia.
Perhaps. Go ahead.
No, please, I'm sorry. Please.
Perhaps that is part of how Cyclone was drawn to the darkness, drawn to the nothingness, to forget.
So it was after that Cyclone.
Yes.
And she's gone? She became something different? She went into the abyss?
Yes, I think so. I have not felt her presence or seen her. Part of my burial was mourning her loss.
Oh my God.
Part of what I want to ask Li Fen is why she was erased.
Oh my God.
Jeff, I'm going to crawl up into his ear and whisper. Yeah, I'm right there.
Civ just gets swatted off the shoulder.
Yeah. That's the end of my character right there. Game over.
Hairy, furry cat person in your ear, not
coming
pleasant.
back as an Aarakocra, guys. No, I'm going to whisper in his ear. If you want to know who you were, touch your right shoulder, and I'll tell you.
And there's a long moment of nothing. And then as he runs, a hand comes up and touches his right shoulder.
I'll tell him. You are Jean Laulon. You are a great Shazengao warrior. And I'll tell him everything I know, every part of every vision, anything that involved him. And I was inside of you in the very first vision. Yes, I realize that sounds dirty. But I could see through your eyes, and I could feel your heart pounding in your chest. And I know you are a good person deep down. And I believe in you. I believe that you are better than this.
My heart is stone.
Not forever.
I do not remember Jean Laulon. I know only Quake.
I'm just going to keep at it. I'm going to keep telling him every detail that I know, every inch of what I remember, every move of his sword, how he fights, the jumping up off of the rock, how he wore the belt, what he did when he fought Nonezeron, when he was the Quake Warden, how I remember I rolled terrible and he was not the most effective of the wardens in that fight. Everything.
Yeah. There's he listens to all of it.
Especially the ceremony where they all were given the motes of power and when they transformed, and the moments walking down the hallway.
Right.
And the moment when we were all talking to each other, or at least we were having a vision of talking to each other before we were led before the queen, and the ritual, and how each of the motes was half given, half chosen by us.
And I think the moment that you describe in the ceremony when Li Fen asks individuals to stand for each of the champions, and she is the one who stands for Zhang Laolong. That is the moment he reacts to the most. Yeah.
These are your people where we're going. This is your home. This is where you were born.
My kin. I do not remember any of what you say. I gave it up willingly.
Well, it's time you got it back.
Perhaps. Or perhaps I have outlived my usefulness. Either way, I still feel the power of rock and stone, of dirt and mud. I can move mountains. And I will once again.
Just remember, deep down inside, there is a dragonborn with a heart and a soul.
And if what you say is true, a dragonborn that betrayed the dragons.
And that is when you see the Monarch River appear in your view, close, crisp, and flowing. As it rushes northward, you see the river empty into a glorious city built into, around, and across the river. A beautiful, glittering, glimmering city of incredible architecture. Right as the sun sets behind it, casting a brilliant, warm orange glow, orange like the scales that you saw on Zhang Laolong, on all of the Dragonborn royalty, on Li Fen. You see this enormous bridge extending into the front of the city. And it crosses it moves right in the center of this incredible rushing Monarch River, this beautiful flowing river. And the Quake Warden turns and walks directly into it. A huge leg splashing down, going up to the ankle, to the shin, to the knee, walking into the water itself, walking directly to the bridge that extends into this incredible, austere entrance of Li Zhao, the capital city of the Shazengao. In fact, I would like for all of you to join me in the map room.
Yay!
You can see
Why? No, I'm kidding.
the approach of the capital city itself.
Whoa.
You ride on the back, on the shoulders of this
Whoa!
incredible
Wow.
What a map.
stone creature.
Oh my god.
Oh.
And it sloshes through this shimmering river that reflects the setting sun in purples and blues and oranges. There it is. There you are on the bottom left. There's the portrait
Gorgeous.
of the Quake Warden. And you see a number of Shazengao, of Dragonborn warriors stationed on the bridge itself, stationed around the entrance, protecting, on duty, on guard. And they look up and see this incredible sight, this 100-foot tall statue that's moving, carrying you on its shoulder, splashing through the river, moving, slowing, and it comes to a stop at the base of the bridge, right as you see on the map room. There are two Dragonborn warriors, two guards, holding spears raised, looking at each other, not knowing how to handle this situation. You see one turn to the other and he says, "The statue of Shang moves." And the other says, "No, it is not the statue."
We come seeking an audience with the princess. We mean no harm.
And they call back. They speak Draconic.
James does understand Draconic.
They call for a superior officer to come. And you see this Dragonborn decked out in this regalia armor, very actually kind of reminiscent of what you wore, Civ, in the visions. It seems more modern, a little more sleek, but
does he have gauntlets?
Newer.
Does he have gauntlets? Like,
does not.
No.
Does not. But it does seem to be that sort of plate mail, that sort of sharp, angular plate mail that seems very indicative of the Shazengao. And it runs forward and looks up at all of you on the back of this incredible creature. And you hear the Quake Warden. "Say the word and I will strike."
No.
Nope. Nope. Not yet. Nope. Nope.
Oh, not at all. Not at all, probably. But maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. Why do you seek the princess?
For the protection of all of Ain.
She knows we're coming.
Ugo, King of Thorn, also seeks an audience.
We are the heroes of Bingle. Perhaps you've heard.
Bingle is safe again?
It is. Thank you for asking.
That's us. We also defended the city of Turles against demon attacks.
The princess is not accepting visitors.
Have you asked her? Did you tell her about this? This is pretty important.
It's pretty marvelous, some would say.
Yes. Sorry, I'm not questioning your position, sir, but, yeah, stakes are pretty high.
Def, when this is the officer, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I know I'm kind of far away, but body language, that kind of stuff, insight check?
Sure.
What I want to determine is what it seems that his hesitancy beyond being informed by his superior officer, is this fear or is it more of an annoyance or that?
It's definitely, well, I'll roll the inside check. You have advantage from Cal Creations, countered by Grim Faded.
Thank you, both Cal Creations and Grim Faded. All right, well. It's enough.
All right, shall we roll?
Yes.
Yes.
Roll off. I love it.
You got to roll off, Ron.
I rolled an 8. I rolled an 8.
Is just straight number, or do I
Straight
add
number.
my?
Straight number.
Oh, okay. I got a 10.
All right.
Ooh.
So it does. You do pick out fear from this. This is they're watching what appears to them like the statue of another city in their.
I'm looking also for the subtext of the princess is not taking visitors right now.
Yeah. There's a truthfulness to that, certainly.
For sure.
And you see him turn and speak something in Draconic under his breath to another guard who runs through this door.
Behemoth, what'd he say?
He's probably too quiet for you to hear this far away. But he seems to be going to check, and he says, "I will check with the princess."
We were told an envoy would be sent. An unnamed envoy.
There's only a few of those, I hear.
And from the back of the room of this scene, from the doors that person just walked through, that Dragonborn just walked through, you see another Dragonborn emerge. A hooded Dragonborn.
Do they look familiar?
They certainly are dressed in a way that you would recognize.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be one of the Nameless Few.
Yep.
Oops. It steps through this door, and it walks up to the officer holding the spear, standing rimrod straight, its eyes hidden under the cloak, under the hood. You see that Dragonborn, that characteristic Dragonborn snout protruding underneath.
You there. You've been sent by the royal family. Yes?
It nods.
You were told we were coming?
It nods.
Can you take us?
It nods.
We don't want any trouble.
What shall I do?
Stay here, I guess. Yeah, everybody? What do we think?
Guess you're not going to fit inside.
Communicate with him
What do you mean?
if we need him in a rush.
Yeah, if we need you.
I'll stay with him.
You said.
I don't want to leave him out here by himself. I'm worried
There is
about what he might
nothing
do.
they can do that will harm me.
I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about you. I know where your mind is at right now, and I think it would be best if you had a friend. If you don't mind, I'd like to stay with you.
Do as you please. But I am not in danger.
James will check his book and realize Siv's name is no longer in it. Would you mind signing my book again, please? If you're all right with it.
Sure, why not? I've done worse.
Siv, are you okay to stay with him?
I just understand what he's going through, and I don't want him to go through it alone.
Well, if your reasoning for staying with him is you know where his head's at, and your head's also there, I'm just saying, is it safe for
I
you to
have
stay
all of
here?
you, and I have what you've done for me. He lost all of that.
Okay.
I mean,
I
Fahima
don't
could summon
want-
him Fahima could summon him a gargoyle friend.
Could.
Tiff, we are
I
going
like-
into this.
I know I don't want to leave all of you, but I also don't want to leave him out here in case something happens.
If something happens to
We'll
us,
reach out. We can reach
it's
out.
fine.
How far
I
away can you
understand.
communicate with Mr. Whispers?
100 feet.
Far enough. I'll remove Lily's name. I think was who in Axbright. I'd put Lily's name in the book. I'll remove Lily's name and hand the book to Civ. Sign that, please.
I sign it.
Thank you.
I actually sign it Civ Red Thistle this time, though.
Stay if you want to, but Ugo's right. I could conjure something that could come for us quickly.
That only lasts an hour, right?
Yes.
Well, I suppose I could go in with you for an hour.
Buddy. Leave him here.
Whatever you
want.
want.
Pretty comforting.
Jeff, does the city look bigger than a mile?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Never mind.
Biggest thing on the map.
Look, I'll conjure a steam mephit if you want, and the mephit will have no problem seeking me out if anything should arise. It's up to you.
I honestly don't think it's a bad idea.
Ugo needs Civ.
All right.
You speak better and know my mind better than most.
I'm just going to turn to Jean Lao Long. Just please don't do anything until we return. Please. I will advocate on your behalf. I will do everything within my power to get you what you deserve.
As you wish.
We will hold Lee Fen accountable on your behalf.
Hema starts to cast Conjure Minor Elemental.
Call my name, and no walls will stand in my way.
I don't doubt.
Very comforting.
Can you
He
put your hand down and
puts a massive arm down on the side of this, the ledge of this bridge, and you are all able to walk down it. And the two guards immediately run up and escort you through this entire section.
Before they take off, Fahima finishes conjuring her elementals, and 8 steam mephits appear, and they're pretty translucent.
What an image.
Yeah, they're just little sort of imp-looking creatures that probably look pretty transparent and glittering in the sun outside, and they'll just sort of fly around the Quake Warden, watching and guarding, and they have a fly speed of 30 feet and a dash of 60 should anything come up.
You see it take its hand off the bridge and fold his arms in front of it, and it comes to rest, and you would swear this thing was carved out of solid granite, that it never moved. It just comes completely still.
Everybody
stands
remember
like
where we parked.
Stands like this statue, this completely unmoving statue.
She also casts Mage Armor.
All right.
See you soon.
And all of you, the 5 of you, walk forward, meeting up with this nameless few, this assassin monk.
Yeah.
That you know to be the supreme elite guard of the Shazen Gao. And it walks up to you and says, Queen is this way.
Excellent. Thank you.
And it brings you through the door and off of our map.
Could I try an insight check on this guy?
Sure. The nameless few?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you want to find out? You have advantage from Idaho Judd, countered by Grimfaded.
I want to see if he's leading us into a trap.
Okay. Roll it.
Jeff, I do have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
We're meeting the queen, but the person we talked to outside spoke of the princess.
That's right. You guys asked for the princess.
Yeah.
You talked about the princess. The queen sent an envoy who is now taking you to the queen.
Yeah, I was confused about the whole princess queen thing, but
The princess, Hema would know this, James would know this, anybody that had read any books about the Shazengao Empire would know this. It is a matriarchy, and the princesses have ruled for as long as has been recorded. It just seemed like a normal thing that it was the princess who was in charge. Just thought it was an honorific that the queen was not named. No one thought that the queen was still alive.
Right.
Until you all found it out.
If we showed up asking for the queen,
the
we
queen,
would
they'd be like,
probably
"Please,
think we
Dad,
were
what do you-"
nuts.
Got it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
A 9 on my insight check. Yeah.
That makes sense because these
Nothing.
These nameless few are trained to be imperceptible, stoic. You know, it leads you into this massive entryway, and you can see the center of the city opening out in front of you. It is extraordinary. The architecture, the likes of which you've never seen, even Turles's finest buildings aren't crafted in this way. Angular, jutting, built with materials that seem to be so finely crafted. But you do not go that way. You do not walk into the center of the city. You veer into what seems to be almost an alleyway, a corridor, as the monk solemnly leads you down into darkness, walking downstairs, around into the what looks like the palace, but not the main entrance, not the front entrance, a subterranean entrance that winds through candle or torchlit passageways, down steps, solid stone steps, your boots clacking, reverberating in this empty, cold hallway. As you keep moving through, the light dim, all of you wondering which way, switchbacks going back and forth, you finally emerge into a larger area, 2 large double doors at the far end of the room. As you enter into this area, the 5 of you, and Meep, the doors behind you are closed. You see 2 monks standing in front of the doors ahead of you. The monk that led you in here indicates to go forward, and those 2 monks pull the double doors in front of you open.
Thank you. Thank you.
As you walk through that next set of double doors, you're in a large, round room.
Every time I look at the nameless few, James is thinking about Joran, by the way.
Mm-hmm. There are candelabras at the edges or the periphery of this room, this round room. It is tall. There are almost no pieces of furniture in here. Very sparsely adorned. There's a rug in the center of the room, and toward the back, sitting in a chair, is a dragonborn woman who looks to be very old. Her orange scales faded. She wears simple robes, light, silken, a faded bluish tint to them, and she sits hunched. On her head, on her forehead, a circlet with a brilliant white diamond at its center. You see her inhale and exhale, and as she does, the diamond glows white, and wisps of air trickle down from it and enter in through her mouth and nose, filling her lungs.
Does it look like the circlet that Mirasis wore?
The same.
Okay.
Giving her life.
She sees you, and she turns to the monks that brought you in here, and she says, Leave us. And they turn and walk out the door and take their positions just outside the doors, and you see the doors shut. It's clear to you that there are monks stationed just outside the doors.
How large is this arena?
It's bigger than it seems to need to be for what's inside it, but it is not a very, it's not a huge room. It's just it's a sort of a circular room that seemed to be used for something else, but there's nothing in here. It's just a woman in a chair with candelabras around.
It's nice to finally meet you.
Yes.
How long
You're
have you
finally here.
How long have you known about us?
Quite a while.
Okay.
I take it the Quake Warden is outside?
You mean Zhang Lao Long?
Yes. I suppose I do.
You remember him?
Very well.
You remember everything?
I am quite old, but my memory is still sharp.
I don't know where to start, to be honest.
She looks at Lily and she says, "So, you have one too."
Mean this? She holds up the amulet.
Yes. You know, a dragon, even a chrono dragon, has two eyes.
Yes.
One eye on the past, and she reaches underneath her shirt, and one eye on the future. And she pulls out
Snap.
an amulet that looks nearly identical to the one you have.
Oh,
Keep it cool. Keep
I
it
thought
cool.
so exactly.
I have seen your arrival here in a vision, just as I know you have seen visions of me in the past.
Yes.
I have been waiting for this moment, not really sure when it would happen. I'm glad my waiting is finally over.
In one of our visions 300 years ago, you said you seemed to know that something would happen in 300 years.
Yes. She looks down at the amulet on her chest. And I know that you are going to tell me that you want me to help you find the Keeper of Secrets, Lord Ereban.
Yes, very much so.
Emma sort of freezes.
And you are going to find him, no matter what I do. So, I am going to make it easy for you. There is a portal established long ago that connects this castle directly to Ereban's lair. To my knowledge, it has not been used in centuries, but it should still work. Unfortunately, I do not control access to that portal. As you no doubt are aware, I command very little power in the dynasty anymore. My scion, Suyin. I honestly cannot recall how many greats a granddaughter she is to me anymore. The generations come and go as I remain constant. But Suyin is the standard bearer of the matriarchy,
She rules the Shazengao. I have stayed out of the lineage. There is always some dispute or other. They settle it, and I remain. But at this moment, Su Yin holds power, and Su Yin is the only one who can grant access to the portal.
Ereban seems to be expecting us. He sent us, the 5 of us, a message not long ago, asking us to find him and earn his trust, pass his trials. Does that sort of talk mean anything to you?
That sounds like the Keeper of Secrets.
He has a very particular style.
He has been tasked with holding things that others do not want.
Memories.
Yes. And for him, trust is everything.
Who does he trust?
For the Keeper of Secrets, it would be, I suppose.
There was a time I earned his trust, but I have not spoken to him in quite a while. I'll be honest, I have not spoken to anyone in quite a while. It is so boring here. She motions to the door. I cannot even call my jailers by their names, for they have none. But they are respectful, which is, I suppose, all I can ask for. But you have grander questions for me, do you not?
Some.
Sounds as though you may already know them.
I would like to know what you want, in your own words.
We've seen terrible things. Bingle, almost destroyed. Dead bodies at the bottom of the ocean.
Turles. Ripped
Turles.
apart by demons.
You look to me like a demon. I always wondered why, in my vision, I would accept a demon into my sanctuary. But you speak to me like a man.
I seem to be somewhere in the middle. But what I'm saying is that all of it seems to be a result of this choice you made 300 years ago to make everyone forget. Do you remember? Do you know of what became of the Blue Elves? What they became? Of how they suffer still? And what that suffering has given rise to?
The Blue Elves were lost. It is the great tragedy of my lifetime.
But they're alive.
Let her finish.
James.
I'm not. I suppose I should tell you the whole story.
I'd like that.
You want to know what happened? Why we made that decision? You want to know about Onivrius? Onivrius was a prodigy. Even at a young age, they called him Onivrius the Keen, the wisest and most learned of the Blue Elves. I brought him into my retinue. He was given boundless resources and encouragement to think, experiment, and invent. My predecessors and my progeny have done the same with others. The wisest and most impressive of their time have always had a place in Li Zhao. But Onivrius was special. His ability to master such a wide range of disciplines, his prodigious output as a scholar and inventor. Entire libraries were filled with his work. The Empire benefited from his insights. But I could not have predicted what his final contribution would be. The weapon to end all weapons. Do you know what I'm talking about?
The atom.
No.
We saw what he'd become. That mass, that cloud.
The Urn of Invention. It is simply the most powerful object ever created. It combined the most advanced learnings from science, art, history, and engineering, and magic into a limitless artifact of pure creation. Unconstrained by the bounds of a single reality, it allowed the wielder to manifest their wildest ideas, to bring forth that which had never been, to invent, to evolve, to push the world forward into wondrous new horizons. But there was a catch. It turns out that energy is constant in the universe. Nothing can be created from nothing. One thing can be because another ceases to be. Balance. You eat a living thing to live. You transfer their energy, their life force into yourself. You use that energy to do things like cast magic, transferring that energy into yet another form. The urn facilitated that transfer of energy at a speed. Every new idea built on the last, growing the field of knowledge and reacting to need and desire. The more energy in, the more powerful the invention could be. And for a while, it worked. Ein flourished. The urn of invention made the impossible possible. And the Aureate Age was prosperous beyond our wildest dreams. The glorious innovations that Onivrius thought up and would draw out of the urn made life better for all the peoples of Ein. But soon, Onivrius realized that his power, his unbridled ability to create, made him as like a god. Onivrius the Creator, he called himself. An intoxicating feeling, it seems. He became obsessed with this desire to be counted among the gods. To be a god. In his grandeur, he sought an audience with the gods. He wanted them to acknowledge him as a peer. But they spurned him. He created wondrous things, and they spurned him. Even the Milk Mother refused an audience with him. So Onivrius lashed out and brought our world to war. We, of course, had the means to fashion our own urn. So each side was able to manifest anything their imaginations could dream up. It was a war of ideas. The most ghastly and devastating ideas became real. The most effective means to wage war and bring destruction. An escalating one-upsmanship of nightmarish invention. And as a result, our world was torn asunder. But still, Onivrius was not satisfied. He sought only to draw the attention of Nazqualthet, the Prince of Ice, the god of death. And Nazqualthet, in his greed and vice, in his arrogance, asked Onivrius the Maker to prove himself, to make an offering personal to him, something to disrupt the natural order. Onivrius needed followers, believers. He needed dogma and discipline. So, he offered to wipe out his own people, the Blue Elves, to send them to death or to break them and force them into devotion. It was when Onivrius obliterated the Blue Elves that the realms of Ayn truly united. We knew he must be stopped, whatever the cost. But now, he was truly a god, acknowledged among his peers. What could we do? We had poured so much energy, so many resources into the urn to transform them into objects of power and fury. But nothing we had created could hope to fell a god. There was no energy source that we could harness that even approached godlike potency. Save one. The heart of the mightiest dragon of all time. I think you know the rest. I think you helped. We used the urn one last time to forge the Godslayer blade and the amulets. Then it fell to the monarch of the Blue Elves herself, Miracis Blue, to kill a god, to kill what was once her husband. There was just enough of Onivrius left that still loved her to let her get close. We are fortunate they never had children, or I suspect Mirasis would not have been able to do it. But she did. Not only did she save the world, but she managed to preserve the essence of godhood. The only energy in the universe more powerful than a Chrono Dragon's heart. The divine source we called the prismatic mote. We had seen it was too powerful for any one mortal to contain. So, we split it into elements and used those to create the Wardens. That's right. What you arrived here with is 1/5 of a god.
That urn, your urn, was smashed to create that. Yes?
Yes.
We've seen another urn smashed. And what happened was terrible. Seemed to cause the demons to arise all over the land. Why would it do that?
I can only surmise that the one who created it does not fully understand its potential. And that may be our greatest gift.
These drow, these former blue elves, do they know what they're devoted to? It seems like a curse. We've seen it happen to a sky child that we know, and she couldn't leave. She couldn't leave the ground again.
The curse lives on. Was there a corpse of Onebrius?
No.
What happened to
All
him?
that was left was the moat. But I fear that Onebrius, the Omnipotent's death, has left a hole, an opportunity, a power vacuum. We live in a vulnerable world. The war of ideas made that impossible to ignore. With the Urn of Invention, Onebrius made a discovery that suddenly demonstrated and democratized mass destruction. Anyone could reach into the Urn of Invention and manifest their most beautiful ideas. But even the greatest innovations have the capacity to lead the world to ruin. It is impossible to know when a new invention will spell our doom, or in whose hands the urn would change from a tool of divine creation to a weapon of unimaginable evil. Progress itself is a danger.
You said there was always a cost to using energy. What was the cost?
We realized that in order for civilization to have a general capacity to deal with world-ending inventions of this type, it would need a system of ubiquitous, worldwide surveillance. The Wardens. The only way to protect us from ourselves, to ensure the peace But there was a problem. It became clear that in order for this to work, such a system would need to be in place before the technology was invented. But how to do that? We had already passed the Rubicon. As Nonezaron said, it wasn't a single inflection point. Just stopping Onivrius was not enough. If it wasn't him, it would be someone else making progress, putting the pieces together, making the discoveries. How do you uninvent the urn of invention? There was only one answer. As we had done before, we made the difficult decision. We knew we had to not just shatter the urn, shatter every urn, but we also had to wipe out the building blocks that would lead to the discovery of how to make the urn in the first place. But how far back do you go? If my fleet were destroyed by a battleship, and I asked you to eliminate with certainty the chance I'd ever have to face a battleship again, you wouldn't just blow up all the battleships. Someone would surely come along and build more battleships. You would have to eliminate the capacity to build a battleship. You could try to destroy all battleship plans and schematics, but you'd also have to silence the minds of every master shipbuilder who might already know. Then, how long before others with lesser skills started to innovate, making bigger boats and installing cannons? So how far do you go? Do you have to wipe away the knowledge of how to forge a cannon at all? Or galvanize the metals that make forging a cannon possible? If not cannons, maybe the next battleship just has a series of different projectiles. Do you target the information of how to produce gunpowder? Or maybe you focus on how to weave canvas into sails, or start even earlier and target the knowledge of specialized farming and logging to produce the natural materials? What about astronomy to navigate?
Madam.
Is navigation the key to building battleships?
Madam,
I'm speaking!
I understand. And I do not envy you the choice that you had to make.
It was an unanswerable question.
I can only
James,
imagine.
I think we should let her finish.
The problem is
James.
the recipe has survived.
No. That is what I'm trying to explain to you. Progress is the enemy. We decided to knock back innovation and progress 300 years as a stopgap, a temporary solution. I saw through this amulet that even if we burned all the knowledge accumulated through the Ariate Age, set art and technology and understanding back, wiping the memories of every living person in Ain, that the inevitable march of progress would mean that in 3 centuries, there would still be someone who would advance far enough to recreate the urn of invention and put our world in peril once again. So that's where the Wardens come in. The Wardens have protected us while they've waited. The peace of the last 300 years is no accident. It was manufactured by us. And we need to do it again. We are coming to an inflection point. The Wardens need to wipe out all of the knowledge again, to set us back 300 years again. Return us to the peace the world has enjoyed, to keep us safe, to protect us from ourselves. But one Warden is already dead, and others are dying. I have seen your arrival here, seen how you saved the Wardens. You can be our next hope, our salvation. You can pick up the baton and keep our world safe once again. You can wipe out the knowledge that has accumulated since the Wardens were created. Science and art and religion and history and magic. All of it contributes to the creation of the urn. And as you said, it has already happened. An urn newly crafted. Fresh minds have put the pieces together, forged the urn anew. We are so lucky that they are unaware of its potential. They have been thrown off by a misreading of history, by our own obfuscation of history. They think the Godslayer blade is the prize and only use the urn as a means to an end, to get it. But the power to destroy is nothing compared to the power to create.
May I ask a question, my queen?
You may.
You said that when creating from the Urn of Invention, you can't create from nothing. That's been proven. There's always a cost.
Indeed.
That's all.
You eat to live. You kill food to create life in yourself and others. Onivrius began to see everything as food, as a means to bolster his own creativity.
I want to be sure that I'm understanding something very clearly. You would like us to go seek out Lord Ereban. But to do what, exactly?
Oh,
Have him restart the clock?
Whether you seek Lord Ereban is immaterial to me. I just know that you want it. And I am offering something that you want in a show of good faith.
Thank you.
We are in a perilous position. Those who would seek to destroy the Wardens seem to be taking the power of godhood for themselves, filling the power vacuum left by Onivrius. Still others, it seems, want to fill it in their own way. It is a vulnerable world.
James,
When does it stop? When does it all
Does not.
end? So
Never.
300 years from now, another group of people need to sacrifice everything to reset the clock again.
To keep Ein safe, we have determined no other way.
James meets the eyes of the five of us. Sorry, Ron, you're muted.
That doesn't mean there isn't one.
And you hear awakened mind in all of your heads. She doesn't know about Miris's child. Should we tell her?
I shrug.
We can respond or no? Sorry, I always
No.
forget.
No.
Just like a subtle nod. Okay.
Yeah.
Fahima will very subtly shake her head no.
I have a question for you. Did you ever try talking Onivrius out of his choice to create this urn of invention? Did you ever warn him of the greed that comes with power? Or did you let him invent freely with no restrictions whatsoever?
I will answer your question with a question. Has that ever worked?
I believe so, yes. The one thing that I find missing from all of this is that no one at any point asked whether or not they should do what they did. They just accepted it as if that's the way of the world, as if the only thing that really matters is power and evolution.
You misinterpret power. A responsibility.
A responsibility to who?
To the life in this world.
When I look at a young child, the only thing that crosses my mind is that I want to nurture and love and protect that child. I don't think I want to teach that child to become something other than what it naturally is. There's an innocence there. So somewhere along the line, Onivrius chose to become what he became. So I'm wondering if there's another choice. If someone had gotten to Onivrius before he chose to do what he did and convinced him, showed him the error in his ways, if there would have been another path. Assuming that all ends in doom and gloom, and that the only course of action is to go back in time. And this is coming from someone who's very pessimistic. To me, sounds nihilistic. The only thing that keeps me going sometimes is the love that I have for other people and what they share with me. And when I look into the soul of Zhang Laolong, I see a man who gave up everything and he doesn't even know why. To me, that is tragic. To me, the loss that you speak of is still happening, just on a different scale. I'm not saying that the choice that you made was incorrect. I think you did what you had to do. But what I'm trying to suggest is that there has to be a better way. And you have a knowledge that we couldn't possibly fathom. Hundreds of years of being on this planet. Hasn't there been a moment, a glimpse, a dream of some way to fix this other than just repeating it?
I live in fear of watching another species ended at the whim of a power-hungry god. I am clinging on to a life past its expiration. So that I may pass the baton. But the truth is, the decision is yours.
For the other gods. Where was Amanda? Where was Vashvokar? Disportia, Luxolith, where were they? Musine? Why did you make everyone forget them? That seems to be your greatest ally.
Greater scholars than I have gone mad, trying to discern the motives of a god. We did what we could. And I present all of the information to you. So that you may make the decision for the next generation.
What can we give? What can we give Su Yin so that she will give us passage to the secret keeper?
I suspect, like many of us, Su Yin holds a painful secret herself that she would like to offload to someone else. The Keeper of Secrets offers a unique service. To relieve the burden of holding a secret. Bring her to the Keeper. Offer her redemption. Perhaps it will persuade her to cooperate. And
It's a fair
then
trade.
think about this vulnerable world of ours.
Adam, I don't have the heart to judge you for what you've done. I feel like you've sat with it for long enough.
She looks at the walls, this empty room. All I do is sit with it.
I see that. But, I don't think you understand the irony of asking a librarian to to destroy the knowledge of an entire world. It's probably not something I'm ever going to be okay with.
Means saving a bunch of people's lives, you might have to be.
I don't know about that.
Well, my family and many of my friends almost died.
Because of the exact tactics that she did.
I'm just saying it's something to consider before you rule it out.
I know. There must be another way.
That's why we need to speak to Lord Ereban. If anyone's going to know another way, it would be him.
This may be a long shot, but did you ever hire a man by the name of Conroy Tighe to do any research for you?
Yeah, I recall that name.
I'm sorry, did you say you did?
No.
No.
What became of the Aarakocra?
The Aarakocra. I suppose they are still flourishing in their natural habitats. The benefit of what we did is that so many peoples are able to live without the fear of what happened to the Blue Elves. I'm tired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the knowledge.
Know where you are now, so if we need you.
I have asked this amulet to show me more of the future. And it has not.
From this point? Or the inflection point that you foresee?
Presenting this information to you may very well be an inflection point itself. But I suspect my part in all of it is coming to an end. I wish you wisdom.
Queen, might you let Uggo, Truth Seeker, try to see through your amulet?
I half expected it to activate when you walked through those doors, but it did not. I've grown rather attached to it, so if you don't mind, I'll keep it here.
This is a little belated, but would I be able to roll an insight check on the Queen just to determine if there's anything that she may be veiling, or if she is doing her best to genuinely tell us her truthful point of view.
You have a advantage from Pal's Creations, countered by Grim Faded.
Thank you. Straight roll. Okay. I rolled a 17 plus 2.
You certainly believe she's being straight with you.
Okay.
All of this seems an honest account, at least to the best of your ability to judge that.
Okay.
I'm gonna cross across the room, reach into the pouch, and pull out one of the dragon coins and present it to her.
You should give one of these to Su Yin.
I plan on it.
And that's where we'll end tonight.
Ellie, were you going to say something?
Oh, yeah.
I can do it next time.
Yeah, do it next time.
Thank
too.
you. Yeah, that was so cool.
I think we should do 8 hours next time. Just take a little lunch break, come back.
Wow.
We'll start at 4 p.m.
Wow.
The girl with no kids is the one that says take a lunch break
Yeah,
at 11 p.m.
No, we start at 4. We go for 4 hours. We take a lunch break at 8 p.m. We go until midnight.
Back for 12.
Hey, I want to acknowledge one more time student of Grimm and all of the
thank
folks
you.
that donated tonight.
Thank you.
Extraordinarily generous.
Gonna roll a lot of dice tonight.
No, we did not. Sorry, it was a big lore talkie episode, but
I
I still think it was. I think it was.
What a
It's not,
lore
like, it's not like we didn't get anywhere. It's not like we didn't uncover half of what we've been going for 110 episodes.
I know. Finally. Oh, and I just looked at our little dashboard here, and it looks like Hadrian X dropped. I don't even know how many subs to the community, but it's. I mean, like, what is it? Like 100? It's so many, so many.
Thank you, Hadrian, and happy birthday week! Unbelievable.
Thank you so much. Wow.
I want it to be Hadrian X's birthday all the time.
I know. Thank you for celebrating with us.
That's confirmed.
200.
200.
200 gift subs.
Unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
So many of our community members can now watch the show on VOD on our channel, use the emotes. That's incredible.
Thank you, Hadrian X. What an act of generosity.
Thank you to everyone.
Really wonderful. Also, I need to give you an update. The final tally is Team Force of Evil 300%.
Wait a minute.
I think we should. I think we should get 3 Forces of Evil. I think we should.
That's not how math works.
We're going to Lord Airband.
I'm just reading what it says. I'm just reading 300.
Jess and Jeff made how math works at the beginning of this episode. They set it up.
Yeah. The only person I trust with math is Morgan.
Oh no! Please don't put that on me.
I have a degree in it.
I'm really good at adding numbers, Ron.
Listen, I have a degree in theater,
That
and I
isn't
was
math, that's
entertained by their
combinatorics.
math.
Oh my god!
I love you.
All right, gang. So the real tally was 87% Team Force of Evil. So a Force of Evil card will be unlocked, which will be called the Student of Grimm Memorial card. Or not memorial, I guess.
Don't say memorial.
Honorary card, I should say.
Honorary. Honorific.
Honorific card, yes. Honor, wonderful honor.
Also, what a sad episode, man.
Well, I'm sorry.
Between Civ and the Quake Warden and the Queen, man, woof. That was heavy.
I mean, I was kind of not wanting to go in there. I'm glad I went in there, but I was kind of not wanting to go in there because I was worried that.
Imagine walking out and being like, "So, guys, what happened? It's why the long face?"
I feel like after that we leave the palace and it's just the Charlie Brown.
We bring in Civ and we make her say everything again.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Here,
we weren't
ruin
listening.
this man's worldview too, please.
Word for word, please.
We have a lot to talk about in our players VIP chat.
God. Man.
All right, so
Lord Airbands is gonna be a freaking party when we get there.
we do have one more bit of business, and that is the fact that this show is made possible on Patreon because of our wonderful patrons at patreon.com/thedungeonrun. And our topmost tiers of patrons get their names read out at the end of our show, and we do it in a very fun way in themes that are submitted by patrons. So what we will do is we will roll that character die. Morgan, if you will do the honors, please.
I shall. Lily.
Lily!
I've gone every week for the last 4
Oh, have you?
3 or
Okay,
4
you're
weeks.
right.
So
I think that die is weighted.
I feel like maybe you should do it again. As much as I love doing it, I've literally been the first roll for like 3 weeks.
Reaction block.
Reroll. Me, James.
Hey.
This will probably require more than one person. I don't think we've done this before. We might, but even if we have, I want to see it again. This was submitted from Drew from IT, and it is bad local morning DJs trying too hard to be shock jocks.
Oh no,
We have done something similar to this.
Oh no,
Not this one specifically, though.
I apologize for everything I'm about to say.
What is a shock jock? You're just trying to say insane things.
You're about to find out, Jessica.
All right. All right.
Welcome back, everyone. And it's 7 a.m. drive time here in Winnipesaukee. Hey.
What?
That's right. This is Jimmy Q and the boss.
What up, boss?
That's right. Over there on the soundboards on the 1s and 2s, we got Jeffy C. How you doing over there, buddy?
Fart sound.
Yeah, that's right. You're a big-time beaker par. I know you are. Hey, I doubt kind of what you were doing this weekend, but were you doing some of that desert wandering?
Oh, yeah. I got high on peyote.
Wow.
Tell Michelle, I don't know.
The cops are
I know, this is after hours. This is after hours.
It is a shock jock. I mean, it's a shock jock. So
That's right.
Guess what peyote is.
I know what you're a Hyperboy 66, my friend. I know. Well, listen here. We got a call coming in from a Miss Fenderill. Fenderill, baby, how you doing?
So good.
I was like, he said girl. He said girl.
I'm sorry. Did you not drink your coffee yet? You're a little slow on the uptake. Come on, give me a little bit of Angel Devilson now.
Listen, I just want to call in because I want to say that you've been playing my favorite song and IR Moo Cow for you, okay?
Oh, she said the IR Moo Cow, and she said the IR Moo Cow at 7:02. Everybody knows what that means.
Do the thing.
Well, let's see. We're bringing on down. Let's play some of the Gold Family from Miss Fenderill. Hey. But
Thank you. I love you guys.
You won a $25 gift certificate to Seraphine Brava.
Ooh.
And
My favorite diner.
And a free donut
I was
from Sloppy
high on
Goats
peyote
Bakery. there. Jeffy C,
Oh my
you gotta
gosh,
stop.
a shout out from Fartman.
For real though,
C.
Fart Man, you gotta stop talking about the peyote, bro. You gotta stop.
Sound.
Okay.
Oh, that smells bad.
It's so good.
Coming in next, we got a call from Just Jules. Just Jules, he's our favorite weatherman. How you doing over there, Julie?
Yeah, pretty good, pal.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is your brother there too? We got both Jules?
Oh yeah, it's just Jules and his brother Rox.
Yeah, Rox Jules. Woo!
Yeah, Rox Jules and Just Jules here to let you know that the weather this weekend is going to be mild and then suddenly hot and then suddenly very cold.
Yeah, that sounds like classic Winnipesaukee weather there.
Chilling. Am I right, Fart Man? Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Fart Man, before we go, make sure you call us to get high on peyote tomorrow.
Hey guys, for real, lay it easy off the drug talk. There are kids listening at this early. Come on, we're going into school.
All right.
Anyway,
It's a 6 a.m. show.
this show's brought to you by Kitty Scritch's Cat Litter. That's right, Kitty Scritch's Cat Litter. It's everybody's favorite. Fart Man, do do your cats use Kitty Scritch's?
My entire house smells like farts.
Oh gosh. I got a call the other day from Armando89 asking me if I wanted to come over to Armando 89.3 FM, and I gotta say I'm thinking about it pretty hard right now. Can you guys
I have a legitimate drug problem.
Anyway, coming in next, we got a phone call from Mr. Hadrian X. Hadrian X, how you doing, buddy?
Hi, this is Hadrian X from the FCC. We've had several complaints. People calling in saying that there's been mentions of drugs, drug use. Can you please can you tone that down for us?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is listen. This is Wilbro Jr. That's actually my real name. Where we apologize for all the drug references. Fart Man's real name is Bob Harris. We're just trying to.
Oh, Bobby. I know Bobby. I sold him peyote last week. Oh
my gosh. Anyway, coming in next at 8 a.m. We got Your Past Decisions, your favorite radio show coming in, and we're out because we're being pulled off the air right now.
That was chaos.
Chaos.
That's what a shock jock is.
That's what it's supposed to be.
That's what it feels like when you listen to the radio.
That was
Also,
chaotic neutral.
Also, I apologize to everyone.
I liked it.
All right.
Shut off the show a little early for your kids this week.
One more to go, and that is our Team Force of Evil names. Although maybe that one should have been the evil. I don't know.
Roll Lily again. I swear.
It's weighted.
Yeah.
Can't use that die anymore.
I'm telling you, I've been the first
Lily.
roll.
I got a Lily and an Uggo. There we go. How about that?
All right. This is fun. This was submitted by Will Noble, and this is a nervous teen trying to talk their way out of a speeding ticket.
Okay, so I'm just going to recall my own history.
Sir, can I see your license and registration, please?
I'm going to remove my hands from the steering wheel and reach into my side to pull out my driver's license. Is that okay, sir?
Yep, sir. You can.
Okay, thank you.
Babe, I'm scared. Babe, just be nice to the cop, okay?
Don't make any sudden movements.
Okay.
Just to
I don't think he's
clarify,
going to clown.
just to clarify for you two, I'm campus police. I'm also unarmed. I just your car's not on.
Did she say she was armed? Oh my god!
No. I'm unarmed. I didn't pass my taser test, so I actually don't even have that.
I'm sorry, officer. We're being drama piranhas. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Flashback to the taser test.
Okay, so I point it this way at
No,
myself,
Officer
and
Gorman
then
Blade.
Oh, we got another code J-Rock. She J-rocked her brains out. Yep.
Flashback to normal. Flashback to present day.
Yeah, it was rough. Anyway, I don't know why I'm telling you all this, but
Hey, I'm a student of Grimm, so I'll learn anything you teach me. Look, we went to this down the road, a nice concert called That's Wild Man. I don't know if you heard of it.
they were promoting.
That's Wild Man. I love That's Wild Man.
There were drugs there,
promoting
definitely
it.
not any peyote.
They were promoting it on the radio this morning, and there definitely was peyote.
Well, look, things got really weird at the concert, so we just forest up 86 ourselves right out of there. And that's why I was going so fast, because we were being chased by a peyote monster.
Okay, sir, I want to remind you one last time, your car is not on, and it wasn't on.
Oh,
It was never on. Okay, so actually, you're not going fast, which is why I knocked on your window.
oh, thank goodness, because I think
The
I'm
peyote
nuts.
monster is gone.
And
Look.
I'm gonna need some references.
Yeah, references are going to be needed.
I have
Because
straight
I
A's.
got way too nervous just now.
I'm not a teacher, so your
I have
grades
1B minus,
actually don't
actually.
affect me. I'm just campus police. I'm a security guard, basically. I have no way to ticket you. I just was checking in to make sure you're okay.
Okay. Can we go home now, babe?
Yeah.
Flash
I
forward.
honestly don't think you should try.
Janine, we're going to try the taser test one more time.
Okay, I can do it
Just
this time. I
concentrate.
got it.
It's really simple. There's a big arrow where you're supposed to point the taser.
Okay, so right at you.
No!
The moral of the story is, kids, don't do drugs.
Don't do drugs.
Don't do drugs.
Ridiculous.
Or you'll be a shock jock in the AM.
See what happens? You have a sad episode, and we got to get all our crazy out.
Yeah,
at the
palate
end.
cleanser.
Yeah. Thank you all for watching. We appreciate it. Tell your friends. A big reminder, next week, new show, episode 1. New characters, new DM, new incredible everything. Check it out. Be there. Do not miss it.
So exciting.
That time.
Can I say one thing?
No.
Go ahead, Ronnie.
Yes, of course.
Okay. If you're in LA this weekend, around Burbank area, at a place called Geeky Teas and Games, starting around 10 a.m., you may just see me in person.
Woo!
Ooh.
And you may be able to see some of my various minis and paintings if you wish. So come check us out. And
Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday. This Saturday and next.
I think they're calling that RonCon.
RonCon!
Yeah, RonCon. I love
Do
it.
any of our viewers live in LA? I know a couple people.
If you've never been to Geeky Teas and Games, it's incredible if you're in the LA area. Yeah,
it is. Donna is amazing.
Yes.
And this episode has not been sponsored by Geeky Teas.
Not at all.
Although we would accept that. Okay. We'll see you next week. Until then, humankind.
Be both! Or wipe out everyone's memories, either way.
It started. It started. It started. Started. As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.